Chapter 2127, 2127 Tragic. 2127 Tragic. Crack. 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 Suddenly, a strange sound came from the battlefield, as though something was about to break through the ice and return to the world. Many execution guards shifted their gazes towards Su Zimo, who was frozen in the torrent. The flames haven't extinguished? What secret skill is that? To think that it can defend against the greater divine powers of so many of us? Many execution guards noticed something unusual as well and frowned. Commander Shi said coldly, "No matter what secret skill it is, at most, we'll release another round of divine powers and secret skills. How can he defend against all of us alone? Even through attrition, we can exhaust him to death." Buzz. Buzz. Cracks appeared on the ice layer with rumbling fog. The boundless ice was about to melt. Many execution guards channeled their essence spirits once more and condensed their divine powers and secret skills, prepared to attack. Right then, beneath the thin layer of ice, the four balls of flames around Su Zimo spun collided rapidly, emitting a blinding light. A shuddering aura spread and flames surged into the skies. The ice on the battlefield melted instantly and turned into a surging torrent once more. The Kachirati Dao fire was condensed. Gulp. Gulp. Under the envelopment of the Dao fire, the torrent surged in the blink of an eye and the water's surface bubbled with steam. Under the shroud of the fog, Su Zimo's figure was faintly visible and became extremely mysterious. From freezing to boiling, it only took 2 to 3 breaths. Under the surging torrent and the high-temperature steam, many execution guards felt suffocated and drenched in sweat in an extremely uncomfortable manner. "Attack!" Commander Shi shouted. Su Zimo's expression was calm as a spirit consciousness flame burst forth from his glabella and entered the Kachirati Dao fire. Phew! The ball of flames exploded instantly and spread around the battlefield like a hurricane. The torrent on the battlefield evaporated instantly. The 99 execution guards fell into a sea of flames. The execution guards thought that Su Zimo was completely frozen and gathered in the vicinity. None of them were spared when the Pankati Dao fire spread. Ah! 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 A series of tragic cries sounded from the battlefield. The first ones to fall were the level 8 Earth Essence Realm execution guards. The power released by the Pankati Dao fire had already exceeded the limits of what they could withstand. Even if the execution guards condensed any divine powers or secret skills, it would be difficult for them to defend against the damage of the Pankati Dao fire. Under the incineration of the Pankati Dao fire, the black gold feather armor was burned red. The flesh of many execution guards sizzled and emitted thick green smoke when they were burned. Some of the black gold feather armors even melted into boiling molten metal that stuck to the execution guards and could not be shaken off no matter how they rolled. One after another, figures burning with flames fled in all directions with pained expressions, wanting to extinguish the flames on their bodies. However, the execution guards did not manage to run far before they could not hold on and were burned to ashes, leaving only their execution sabers on the ground. Before long, close to 40 of the 99 execution guards were burned to death by the Pankati Dao fire. Such a tragic scene caused an uproar. Be it the cultivators in the vicinity or the cultivators watching from Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, all of them were shocked. Prince Yuan's eyes widened with wrath. His body swayed slightly and he almost crushed his teeth. This. The 4 heaven immortals could not help but bounce up from their chairs and look at the flames on the battlefield in disbelief. That lethality and destructive power was way too terrifying. Nearly 40 execution guards died in the sea of flames instantly and even more were severely injured. The remaining dozens of execution guards relied on their higher cultivation realms and robust essence chi to release divine powers and secret skills repeatedly. They managed to survive temporarily. However, some of the level 9 Earth Essence Realm execution guards did not have strong physiques and bloodlines. Their flesh was split open by the Dao fire and their organs were charred black. Even if they could survive, their bodies would be completely crippled. Right now, there were only around 40 execution guards with combat strength on the battlefield. The others were either buried in the sea of flames, severely injured or crippled. A series of wails could be heard from the sea of flames. This scene had a huge impact on everyone. The execution guards represented the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and were in charge of punishment and killing. They were formed by the top Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals. But now, not only did that fire severely injure the execution guards, it even seemed to have burned the face of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom into pieces. In the valley, the cultivators watching could sense the tragic state of the execution guards even more clearly when they heard the tragic cries on the battlefield. Even paragons such as Prince Yunlei and Princess Scarlet Rainbow had pale expressions at the moment. Put in the same situation, they might face difficulties escaping unscathed from such terrifying flames as well. Set up the formation, set up the formation. Commander Shi was covered in dust from the burns and was still roaring loudly. His voice had already turned extremely hoarse after inhaling a large amount of dust. As long as the heaven and earth essence chi is isolated, the flames will naturally extinguish. Another execution guard commander shouted as well. Commander Shi and the others slapped their storage bags and took out sets of array flags, scattering them onto the battlefield. Above coiling Dragon Mountain Range, Lone Star's expression softened when he saw that, and he said hurriedly, "Your Highness, don't worry. The remaining execution guards are all top-tier experts. Although they're all burned, once we set up the black light essence severing formation, we can reverse the situation and capture that lad alive." Prince Yuan's expression was dark. His initially clenched fists relaxed slowly as he nodded. Not bad. Although the power of this flame's secret skill is great, the toll on this lad is definitely unimaginable. Your Highness is wise. Lone Star said, at that time, be it in melee combat or spirit consciousness fights, the execution guards will have an absolute advantage. On the battlefield. It's the black light essence severing formation of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Princess Scarlet Rainbow had a grim expression. When set up, this array formation can isolate heaven and earth essence chi. At that time, one can only use spirit consciousness secret skills or melee combat. Prince Yunlei said, although this flame is powerful, it will be useless. Princess Scarlet Rainbow frowned slightly. Why is that person standing on the spot without any reaction? Why isn't he preventing the execution guards from setting up the formation? The power of that flame's secret skill earlier on must have taken a huge toll on him. Prince Yunlei said, I reckon that this person is already at the end of his rope and is extremely weak, unable to fight anymore. Sigh, he can be considered as a rare paragon with just this flame's secret skill. It's truly a pity that he's going to be destroyed in the hands of the execution guards. One after another, array flags tore through the air and surrounded Su Zimo. He did not move at all, as though he had indeed lost his combat strength. He did not attack to destroy the formation set up by Commander Shi and the others. He was like a bystander, watching quietly as Commander Shi and the others dug the array flags into the ground and surrounded him. Su Zimo's expression was calm as he watched Commander Shi and the others enter the formation. Gradually, an imperceptible mocking look appeared in his eyes. Chapter 21-28, 21-28 End of the Road? 21-28 End of the Road? Su Zimo possessed the Green Lotus true body and the Creation Lotus platform. Naturally, he would not exhaust the power of his essence spirit by releasing a single Pankati Dao fire. The reason why he did not stop them was because there was no need. The reason why more than 10 execution guards died outside Sangyu City was because of the black light essence severing formation. For the remaining execution guards, the setup of this array formation was a trap for themselves. However, the execution guards did not realize the danger at all. When everyone saw Su Zimo motionless, they thought that the outcome was set. Above coiling Dragon Mountain Range, Prince Yuanzhua seemed to have thought of something and suddenly frowned. Your Highness, what's wrong? When Lone Star saw the strange expression on Prince Yuanzhua's face, he asked hurriedly, the black light essence severing formation has been set up and the flames have been extinguished completely. You don't have to worry, Your Highness. Lone Star, do you remember the dozens of execution guards who died outside Sanyu City a few months ago? Prince Yuanzhua suddenly asked. Lone Star nodded and said, I remember. Those execution guards seem to have been killed by the two people hunted down by Princess Mengyao. In the end, they were burned to ashes without anything left behind. Something's not right. Prince Yuanzhua shook his head slowly and glared at Su Zimo in the valley, saying hatefully, burned to ashes. Can't you tell who was the one who created a fire of that level? Lone Star's heart skipped a beat. Your Highness, you mean to say that Su Zimo killed those people? Even if he didn't kill them, he must have been present. Prince Yuanzhua said coldly, he was the one who set the corpses of the execution guards on fire. Initially, Prince Yuanzhua had not thought that Su Zimo was the one who did it. After all, more than 2,000 years ago, Su Zimo was only a grade 1 Earth immortal. Even if Prince Yuanzhua knew that Su Zimo had already cultivated to become a grade 6 Earth immortal, he could not imagine how a grade 6 Earth immortal could kill more than 10 execution guards. But now that he had witnessed Su Zimo's methods personally, he finally connected the dots. In the valley. Afraid that Su Zimo would escape, the few execution guard commanders even set up 4 black light essence severing formations in the surroundings that were connected tightly, trapping Su Zimo within. The remaining 40-odd execution guards with combat strength walked slowly towards Su Zimo with murderous auras. Although Commander Shi blocked the damage of the Pankati Dao fire, he was covered in dust and looked wretched. Su Zimo. Commander Shi's gaze was cold as he said slowly, you killed so many execution guards of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Even if I slice you into pieces, it won't be enough to appease the hatred in my heart. Su Zimo, after I suppress you, I'll deal with you personally and let you have a taste of my methods. I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Another execution guard said through gritted teeth. The other execution guards were filled with hatred as well. They had never suffered such a huge loss before. Furthermore, it was in front of everyone. Even if they captured Su Zimo alive today, the reputation of the execution guards would be greatly reduced. This battle was a huge humiliation for them. Oh. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo looked at the execution guards that were approaching and said indifferently, you guys don't seem to understand the situation and you still want to suppress me? Haha. An execution guard commander burst into laughter. Su Zimo, I'm sure you've never seen the black light essence severing formation before and don't know its power. This formation isolates heaven and earth essence chi. No matter how many divine powers and secret skills you have, you won't be able to release them. Su Zimo, you're already at the end of the road. There's no need to continue pretending. Many execution guards sneered, thinking that the outcome was decided. Is that so? Su Zimo asked instead and his gaze intensified. In a flash, he lunged forward and attacked. How dare you! The 2 execution guards at the front were long prepared. With a furious roar, they withdrew their execution sabers and slashed towards Su Zimo. The blades howled with a chilling intent. With a cold flash, the 2 execution sabers slashed in front of Su Zimo, a hair's breadth from him. However, Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. In a flash, he suddenly extended his hands and grabbed the 2 execution sabers barehanded. You must have a death wish. The 2 execution guards channeled their blood chi hurriedly, wanting to crush Su Zimo's palms. However, they realized that Su Zimo's palms were like 2 iron hoops that bound the execution saber tightly and they could not move at all. The 2 execution guards widened their eyes in shock. A body of flesh and blood could defend against a divine weapon like the execution saber? Let go. Right then, Su Zimo hollered and suddenly exerted strength in his palms, snatching the 2 execution sabers from their palms. Thereafter, Su Zimo tossed them backwards. The 2 execution sabers transformed into 2 cold beams of light that tore through the air and arrived instantly, arriving before 2 execution guards behind him. That move was way too sudden. Nobody expected Su Zimo to snatch the execution sabers with ease and counterattack without any pauses. Ah! The two execution guards at the back reacted extremely quickly as well. Their eyes widened as they exhaled and raised their execution sabers, slashing towards the cold light in front of them. Clang! The execution sabers collided and rubbed against one another, creating blinding sparks. The two execution guards shuddered and their expressions changed. Although Su Zimo seemed like he was throwing them casually, they contained an incomparably terrifying power. Although he was a grade 6 Earth immortal, his physical strength had increased by 4 times after he released the 6-tusked divine elephant. Coupled with the green lotus true body and the thunder bones, none of the execution guards present could take the burst of that power head-on. The two execution guards raised their execution sabers and collided with the incoming sabers. Not only did they fail to knock the sabers down, the saber in their hands was even repelled. They were now wide open. The two execution sabers pierced the faces of the two execution guards and their essence spirits were destroyed, dying on the spot. On the other side, Su Zimo did not pause after throwing out the two execution sabers and charged forward. The two execution guards at the front had their execution sabers snatched away and their bodies were brought over. Su Zimo reached out with both hands and pushed down on the heads of the two execution guards at the front. Crack! The necks of the two execution guards before him snapped. Su Zimo pushed their heads down along their necks and stuffed them into their chests. Their essence spirits were long shattered as they fell to the ground weakly. Charging forward, snatching the sabers, tossing the sabers, attacking. The entire process was fluid as water and clean. Although it sounded slow, in the blink of an eye, 4 execution guards died on the spot. The other execution guards were about to advance when they realized that 4 more people had died on their side. End of the road? Su Zimo smiled faintly. Sorry to disappoint you guys. Commander Shi and the others felt chills run down their spines when they saw Su Zimo's smile. Their confidence and arrogance earlier on had vanished completely. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo nodded and said, "It's all thanks to everyone for setting up the black light essence severing formation. That saves me some effort. Since it's your goodwill, I'll accept it." The moment he said that, Su Zimo attacked once more and created another blood storm. Chapter 2129, 2129 Massacre. 2129 Massacre. Relying on the green lotus true body, the thunder bones and the 6-tusked divine strength, Su Zimo was able to sweep through his peers in melee combat even without the use of blood chi. Right now, the green lotus true body was equivalent to a grade 10 creation green lotus. Even a connate earth grade dermic treasure could not hurt him. Furthermore, Su Zimo's melee offensive skills were fused with the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Coupled with the offensive skills of the dragon race and his many years of experience in killing, his attacks were as violent as a storm and his strength burst forth like a volcano. Su Zimo had practiced killing to its limits in melee combat. Although the execution guards present wielded the execution saber and wore the black gold feather armor, they could not defend against them at all. Su Zimo charged into the crowd like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain or a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Charging left and right, he crushed the remaining execution guards with ease. Su Zimo's hands, elbows, shoulders, crotch, legs, knees and feet were all killing weapons. Her fair and tender hands alone could transform into fists like hammers, fingers like swords and palms like sabers. Every single change could kill. The dozens of execution guards were top Earth immortal experts who were fully armed, but they could not gain any advantage against Su Zimo. The cultivators watching from the valley winced in shock with widened eyes. That person looks refined and scholarly. However, he doesn't show any mercy when he fights. He seems to have countless traces of ferocious beasts on his body. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was secretly speechless and murmured. Prince Yunlei had a grim expression as well. This person's melee offensive skills are way too ferocious and he's filled with weapons from head to toe. In fact, I suspect that a single hair of this person can be used to kill. They were the two most famous paragons with the strongest combat strength in this immortal sex selection. However, at that moment, both of them were wary after witnessing Su Zimo's methods. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, the two of them would not have believed that a grade 6 Earth immortal could release such terrifying combat strength. On the battlefield. In less than 10 breaths, 18 of the 40 execution guards died. Activate your essence spirit's secret skills and we'll join forces to kill him. At this critical juncture, Commander Shi finally made a decision. He no longer held back or hoped to capture Su Zimo alive. This decision was against Prince Yuan's orders and he would definitely be severely punished. However, if they held back, all of them would die here. This battle no longer had anything to do with orders, pride or dignity, it was only about life and death. Only the victor would be able to leave alive. The moment Commander Shi said that, a powerful spirit consciousness fluctuation burst forth from the battlefield. The remaining 22 execution guards glared at Su Zimo and their glabella shone. Almost at the same time, they released their essence spirit secret skills without holding back. Su Zimo had a fearless expression. After the 6-tusk divine strength, the power of his essence spirit was not weaker than a grade 9 earth immortal. A dragon scale appeared in midair with a shuddering aura. Although many spirit consciousness secret skills collided with the dragon scale in silence, the entire world seemed to have stopped. Only the water barrier above the valley swayed slightly with a ripple. The millions of cultivators watching from coiling Dragon Mountain Range felt their hearts skip a beat as they glared at the battlefield nervously. Essence spirit fights were the most dangerous and one could die if they were careless. The 4 heaven immortals were tense. Previously, they knew that Su Zimo's essence spirit realm was very high. However, he was most likely doomed if he wanted to fight against the essence spirit secret skills of the 22 execution guards. When the dragon scale appeared, the plain-robed woman in a carriage in the crowd suddenly blurted, "Reverse scale." What? The girl in the carriage was almost entirely focused on the battlefield and did not hear it clearly, asking instinctively. The plain-robed woman murmured softly, "Someone's going to die." At the same time, in the valley, cracks appeared on the dragon scale that floated in midair before shattering. Of the 22 essence spirit secret skills of the execution guards, only 12 were shattered. The remaining 10 charged towards Su Zimo. It was over. A sigh sounded from coiling Dragon Mountain Range when they saw that. To think that this person would not be able to escape the final attack of the execution guards. As a grade 6 earth immortal, he fought till this point with the execution guards and even killed so many of them. Even if he dies, it's with pride. Even if he manages to survive after killing so many execution guards, he won't have a good life in the future either. It's a good outcome for him to die happily with his essence spirit destroyed. Discussions were already starting in the crowd. However, in midair, the 4 heaven immortals, Prince Yuanzhua, Lone Star, and the others with sharp eyes did not say anything. They were still looking at the battlefield and the shock in their eyes intensified. Thud. Thud. On the battlefield, 12 execution guards had dim gazes and listless faces. They fell stiffly to the ground and their life force drained rapidly. They were already dead. The essence spirit secret skills of the 12 execution guards collided with the reverse scale and the essence spirits in their consciousnesses could not escape its killing power. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. Many cultivators watching were dumbfounded and could not react to what happened. Su Zimo conjured hand seals and released another essence spirit secret skill. A golden Sanskrit word talisman floated out slowly from his glabella and charged towards the remaining 10 essence spirit secret skills. The Gautama dermic seal. Another 5 of the 10 essence spirit secret skills shattered. Immediately after, Su Zimo touched his glabella gently with his finger and lightning flashed. A whip surrounded by electric arcs was pulled out from his consciousness and whipped the remaining 5 essence spirit secret skills. Spirit vanquishing whip. The essence spirit secret skills of both parties collided and dissipated. The battlefield was filled with endless chaotic spirit consciousnesses. The remaining 10 execution guards grunted and blood drained from their faces. Although the Gautama dermic seal and spirit vanquishing whip were strong, they did not have the terrifying killing power of the reverse scale. The essence spirits of Commander Shur and the others suffered different impacts and were not at the point of death. Of course, in the fight between essence spirits, Su Zimo's consciousness was also affected by the impact of the strong spirit consciousnesses. However, the Green Lotus Essence Spirit sat on the Creation Lotus platform with 90 green lotus seeds surrounding it, blocking most of the impact from the spirit consciousnesses. Although the Green Lotus Essence Spirit had expended a lot of energy and did not have much power left, it was not injured. Another 12 of the remaining 22 execution guards were dead. The remaining 10 execution guards were also injured. This time round, they were not only injured from the Pankati Dao fire, their essence spirits were injured as well. Su Zimo had the absolute advantage in this essence spirit fight. The plain-robed woman was not surprised by this. Back then, even the Ice Soul silver armor that she gave Yunting to protect his essence spirit was crippled. It was clear how lethal this person's essence spirit was. Chapter 2130, 2130 Mouthful of Blood. 2130 Mouthful of Blood. The remaining 10 execution guards were scared out of their wits. Almost at the same time, the remaining 10 execution guards could not care less about their dignity or orders and turned to flee out of the black light essence severing formation. Commander Shur and the others were completely scared. There were more than 100 execution guards on this trip and there were only 10 left. The rest were either dead or injured in an extremely tragic manner. Who else would dare to attack Su Zimo? Staying alive was the only thought on the minds of Commander Shur and the others. The 10 of them turned and fled. Su Zimo's movement technique was even faster. Stomping his feet on the ground, the earth shook and he tore through the air like an arrow, buzzing. Bang! An execution guard was caught by Su Zimo and smashed into pieces, dying on the spot. Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks and change directions, chasing after another execution guard. Before long, Su Zimo caught up to the second execution guard and pierced the back of his head with a single finger. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died. The remaining execution guards were scared out of their wits and could not unleash even half of their peak combat strength, let alone with their essence spirits injured. Su Zimo chased like he was chopping vegetables and no one could defend against him for a moment. Although Commander Shur and the others fled in different directions, without essence chi in the black light essence severing formation, they could only use the power of their bodies to sprint. How could they compare to Su Zimo's speed? By the time Commander Shur escaped from the black light essence severing formation, he realized that 7 of the 10 people had been killed by Su Zimo. Including Commander Shur, there were only 3 people who managed to escape. The 3 of them exchanged glances with horrified expressions and felt bitter when they saw one another's tragic state. The high spirits and steely killing intent they had when they first entered the valley had long vanished. Right now, the 3 of them were flustered like stray dogs. Thankfully, after leaving the range of the black light essence severing formation, the 3 of them could activate their essence spirits and use heaven and earth essence chi to release movement techniques and divine powers to escape from this place. Swoosh! A golden light tore through the air and arrived instantly. Right in front of Commander Shur, one of the 3 execution guards was pierced by the golden light and his body exploded, dying instantly. The golden light that appeared was Su Zimo, who had released his extreme speed divine power with the wings of a rock behind him. It's really him! Princess Scarlet Rainbow exclaimed. When she saw that Su Zimo was only a grade 6 Earth Immortal, Princess Scarlet Rainbow had her doubts. However, on second thought, the sickly young man she encountered merely had an extremely fast movement technique. How could he have such terrifying methods? But now, she was certain when she saw Su Zimo use the Golden Wing's secret skill. At the same time, Princess Scarlet Rainbow felt a sense of trepidation. If this person had not chosen to avoid the battle back then, even she would have died here. When Commander Shur and the other execution guards saw that, they turned to flee in 2 completely different directions without hesitation. Su Zimo chased after one of them. At the same time, he slapped his storage bag and his robes fluttered, throwing out dozens of black shadows that surrounded Commander Shi. The dozens of black shadows landed on the ground and formed a familiar array formation. Commander Shi barged into the formation and suddenly felt his essence chi depleted. He fell and could not help but exclaim, "Black light essence severing formation." Su Zimo also had the array flags of the Black Light Essence Severing Formation. On the way from Sangyu City to Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, he had long refined the array flags for his own use. Ah! A tragic cry sounded not far away. After killing another person, Su Zimo turned towards Commander Shi. Naturally, the Black Light Essence Severing Formation could not trap Commander Shi. However, that momentary delay was enough for Su Zimo to double back. Commander Shi had just charged out of the Black Light Essence Severing Formation when he bumped into Su Zimo, who was filled with killing intent. "Su Zimo, why you killed so many execution guards? You." Commander Shi's heart skipped a beat and his voice trembled slightly. Bang! Unfortunately, Su Zimo was not interested in listening to him. Without a word, he strode forward and slapped the top of Commander Shi's head, shattering his essence spirit. At this point of the battle, the 112 execution guards were completely annihilated. There were also some execution guards who were severely injured and lost their combat strength but did not die. They were scared out of their wits and trembled on the spot. They were already fish on a chopping board and were at his mercy. Su Zimo walked towards the execution guards expressionlessly. Their fates were already decided. Since he had already attacked, Su Zimo would not show mercy or leave any future troubles. Above Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, the four heaven immortals let out a long breath. Unknowingly, the four of them had stood up from their seats. Now that the dust had settled, their expressions relaxed and their hearts calmed down before they sat back down slowly. Although the four heaven immortals looked calm, they were emotional when they witnessed this battle personally. He was way too strong. Initially, the four heaven immortals thought that Su Zimo was merely the most outstanding paragon in the immortal sex selection and a promising talent. It was only at that moment that the four heaven immortals realized that Su Zimo might be the most terrifying monster incarnate in the past 10,000 or even 100,000 years. A monster incarnate like that was in existence that could support an entire sect single-handedly. They had to do their best to recruit this person into their sects. As for the feud between this person and Prince Yuanzhua, the four heaven immortals did not take it to heart. At the thought of Prince Yuanzhua, the four heaven immortals glanced sideways. Not far away, Prince Yuanzhua stood in midair and his body trembled slightly. He glared at the figure in the valley with eyes that seemed like they could spew fire. If Lone Star had not held him back, he might have even charged down recklessly. At that moment, Su Zimo was cleaning up the battlefield. All the severely injured execution guards were killed by him. At this point, there was no room for negotiation. It was either him or them who would be walking out alive. Fellow Taoists, you saw it too. Prince Yuanzhua pointed at Su Zimo in the valley and grit his teeth, saying coldly, "This lad is so arrogant and conceited, looking down on me as though I'm nothing. Fellow Taoists, please remove the formation outside the valley and let me charge in to tear this lad into pieces." Fufu. Heaven Immortal Green Peak chuckled. "Prince Yuanzhua, please calm down. This arrangement was your decision back then and has nothing to do with us. Prince Yuanzhua, the immortal sex election is not over yet. We can't dispel the formation." Yang Ruoxu said, "Furthermore, heaven immortals are not allowed to interfere directly in the immortal sex selection. But my men are all dead." Prince Yuanzhua was already a little hysterical as he roared at the four heaven immortals. More than 100 execution guards of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom died inside. "You asked for it," Heaven Abyss said slowly. "You." Prince Yuanzhua was enraged and glared at Heaven Abyss, almost attacking. Thankfully, Lone Star stopped him. However, the forceful suppression of his rage caused him to be extremely worked up. Finally, he could not hold on any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 2131, 2131 A Fat Pawn. 2131 A Fat Pawn. More than 100 execution guards were annihilated and coiling Dragon Mountain Range was already noisy. Many cultivators discussed fervently with flushed faces. This battle had an extremely strong impact on many cultivators. Prior to this, who would have believed that a grade 6 Earth Immortal would dare to attack and kill execution guards? Who would believe that a grade 6 Earth Immortal could bury more than 100 execution guards? This battle was even more intense and shocking than the Immortal sex election that had lasted for almost a year. This was a direct challenge to the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. This was a head-on declaration of war against Prince Yuanzhua. Some people gloated and concluded that Su Zimo was definitely doomed. Some people were disdainful. Su Zimo's actions were like striking a stone with an egg. If he wanted to fight against the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, it was akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Some people felt pity that such a paragon was about to die before he could truly grow. Within the carriage, the girl gradually composed herself. Su Zimo is indeed very powerful and can even defeat Prince Yunlei. However, he's still not a match for Prince Yunting. Before Prince Yunting entered seclusion this time round, he was already a grade 9 Earth Immortal. If he can come out of seclusion this time round, there's a high chance he can break through to the Heaven Immortal realm. That's different. The plain-robed woman shook her head. Apart from his talent, the reason why Yunting's cultivation speed is so shocking is because he's focused on cultivating the Tao of the sword and won't be distracted. However, Su Zimo's knowledge is extremely varied. From his attack earlier on, we can tell that he has dabbled in the methods and secret skills of immortals, Buddhas, fiends and even some demons. In fact, he has a deep understanding of them. That's too difficult. You have to understand that a person's energy is limited. It's difficult to cultivate many different dermic Daos to their peak, and it will take 10 or 100 times more time to raise one's cultivation realm. It's understandable for this person to cultivate the dermic Daos of the immortal, Buddhist and fiends. However, it's truly impressive that he's able to cultivate the secret skills of the demon race to such an extent. Even now, I'm curious as to what physique he has. The plain-robed woman praised Su Zimo immensely through her words. However, I feel that Su Zimo definitely can't compare to Prince Yunting given the methods he displayed. The girl said, Prince Yunting has obtained 2 more inheritances over the years and is much stronger than before. How do you know that he has no other methods? The plain-robed woman asked with a fake smile. Ah. The girl was stunned for a moment. This person still has more trump cards? That's impossible, right? The plain-robed woman smiled faintly. Everything else aside, have you seen him use any dermic treasures? This. The girl hesitated for a moment and said sheepishly, perhaps he doesn't have any dermic treasures? The plain-robed woman looked at the figure in the valley and remained silent for a moment before saying slowly, from what I know, he has an incredible dermic treasure with an extremely powerful background. This person is unfathomable. Even I can't see through him. He might be Yunting's greatest opponent in the future. In the valley, right in front of many cultivators, Su Zimo cleaned up the battlefield and put away the storage bags of the execution guards. There might not be any supreme treasures in the storage bags of the execution guards. However, there were many cultivation resources like essence spirit stones and major essence condensation pills. Su Zimo had just experienced a huge battle and seemed to be exhausted. However, no one dared to fight him for any items. Even an existence like Prince Yunlei did not want to have a conflict with Su Zimo. After tidying up the battlefield, Su Zimo turned to leave and many cultivators avoided him hurriedly. Only Princess Scarlet Rainbow rode on her flying sword and arrived before Su Zimo, blocking his path forward. Hey! Princess Scarlet Rainbow raised her head slightly. Since you're so powerful, I guess it'll be rough on you if you have to be my guard. How about this, I'll invite you as a guest who will stay by my side. There will be no hierarchy between us. Furthermore, I can share many of my cultivation resources with you. How about that? Su Zimo raised his head and glanced at Princess Scarlet Rainbow indifferently, asking, I killed so many execution guards and destroyed one of Yuan's clones. Right now, he's waiting outside to kill me. Can you protect me? Princess Scarlet Rainbow was momentarily speechless. Although she was a princess of the Yan-Yang Immortal Kingdom, she was only an Earth Immortal after all. Her status among the princes and princesses of the Yan-Yang Immortal Kingdom was not too high. It was not to the extent where she could go against Prince Yuanzhua because of an outsider. Su Zimo had long expected this outcome and was not surprised. He circled around Princess Scarlet Rainbow and continued forward. Princess Scarlet Rainbow pouted her red lips and looked at Su Zimo's back view huffily, feeling aggrieved. It was not because she was afraid of Prince Yuanzhua or because she did not want to protect Su Zimo. However, right now, she truly did not command enough power in the Yan-Yang Immortal Kingdom to fight against a grade 9 Heaven Immortal expert like Yuanzhua. The reason why she took part in the Immortal Sect selection this time round was also because she wanted to make use of the 4 Immortal Sects to achieve a meteoric rise in status. As Su Zimo advanced, he thought about what might happen after the Immortal Sect selection ended. There were 5 more days before the selection ended. At that time, he would have to face the enraged Prince Yuanzhua. Even Su Zimo could not be sure what would happen then. His choice was also a gamble that the 4 immortal sects were not afraid of offending the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. As long as an immortal sect was willing to take him in, he could resolve the crisis 5 days later. Of course, the most important thing for him right now was to gather enough coiling dragon badges. He had more than 1,200 coiling dragon badges with him. If he wanted to secure a spot in the top 100, he would have to gather 1,800. 4 hours later. On a mountain peak, Lai Feng led more than 100 cultivators to rest and recuperate. Boss Lai Feng, I heard that the execution guards went over that side to kill someone called Su Zimo. Many cultivators went over to watch the battle. Someone said. Lai Feng acknowledged and did not reply. When another person heard that, he came over and asked, Boss, why don't we take a look over there and watch the show? Watch the show? Lai Feng sneered, I reckon that Prince Yunlei, Princess Scarlet Rainbow and all the ruthless people in the valley must have gone over for such a huge commotion. Aren't you afraid of losing our lives if we go and watch the show now? You are right, boss. Immediately, a cultivator flattered with a smile. Right then, the cultivator pointed not far away and said, Boss, look. A grade 6 Earth Immortal is coming over. He's alone. That sickly invalid? Suddenly, Lai Feng was invigorated as he bolted upright and looked over. He had been brooding with pent-up anger when he thought about how he lost that sickly invalid earlier on. It's not the same person. However, this person must be a juicy piece of meat to be able to last until now. Shall we attack? The person licked his lips with a searing gaze. Is there a need to ask? Lai Feng waved it off. I'll leave this person to you guys. You guys can split the coiling dragon badges you snatch among yourselves. I've got enough of them. Chapter 2132, 2132 You're not worthy of challenging me. 2132 You're not worthy of challenging me. Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Although the battle between Su Zimo and the execution guards had ended more than 4 hours ago, the enthusiasm of the cultivators did not diminish at all. If nothing went wrong, news of the change in the Immortal Sect selection this time round would definitely spread through Divine Firmament Mainland. Look, what's going on over there? He encountered Lai Feng and the others again. These people truly have a death wish. To think that they would take the initiative to surround him. When Su Zimo first descended in the valley, he was surrounded by Lai Feng and the others. At that time, none of the cultivators thought that he would be able to come out alive. But now that more than 20 days had passed, against this scene that seemed like it was yesterday, everyone's opinions were worlds apart. Many cultivators looked at Lai Feng and the others with pity in their eyes. Lai Feng's group had managed to survive till this day. If nothing went wrong, apart from Lai Feng, one other person could have entered the top 100. But now that they targeted Su Zimo, the outcome was imaginable. In the valley, dozens of cultivators rushed forward and surrounded Su Zimo tightly. All of them had burning gazes and wanted nothing more than to skin him alive. "Fellow Daoist, you look unfamiliar," a cultivator with a fat head asked with a smile. "Is that so?" Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo said with a fake smile, "Everyone looks familiar. I should have seen you before." Ha 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 ha. The dozens of cultivators in the surroundings burst into laughter. A cultivator said smugly, "Guys, do you see that? We're quite famous in this valley after joining forces. This person knows us as well." The first fat cultivator raised his head slightly and asked, "Fellow Daoist, how many coiling dragon badges have you obtained in the past year?" "More than 1,200. Su Zimo did not hide anything and said frankly. The eyes of the surrounding cultivators lit up. If some of them could obtain the 1,200-odd coiling dragon badges, they might even have a chance of breaking through to 1,800. Even Lai Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed not far away, was slightly surprised. He glanced over with a slit in his eyes. "Man, I was right. He's indeed a juicy piece of meat." The fat cultivator was grinning from ear to ear in a smug manner. "Fufufu." Su Zimo laughed as well. "Idiot, why are you laughing with us?" Suddenly, a menacing expression appeared on the fat cultivator's face as he strode forward and raised his hand to slap Su Zimo's face. His fat and thick palm created an evil gust of wind. The fat cultivator did not hold back at all. He wanted to kill Su Zimo right here without even giving the latter a chance to activate his coiling dragon badges. The smile on Su Zimo's face did not diminish as he struck as well, slapping the fat cultivator's face. That palm strike was even faster and more ferocious. Even the fat cultivator opposite him could not react, let alone the surrounding cultivators. His palm was only halfway through when Su Zimo's slap landed on his fat face. Piak. It was clear that the fat cultivator's face had broken bones and half of his face was caved in as flesh splattered everywhere. That slap shattered the fat cultivator's essence spirit. The fat corpse smashed into the crowd with such a terrifying power that the bones of two other cultivators were shattered. Since this person did not hold back, there was no way Su Zimo would show mercy either. After killing that person, Su Zimo took advantage of the stunned expressions of the surrounding cultivators to attack once more. He lunged into the crowd and started a massacre. In melee combat, even the execution guards with the black gold feather armor were not Su Zimo's match. The difference between him and this group of cultivators was even greater. Although the cultivators were not weak in combat, they could only be considered as a motley crew compared to the iron-blooded, disciplined and coordinated execution guards. Su Zimo charged forward and crushed everything in his path. Anyone who fought him head-on would either die or be injured. The battlefield was in chaos as tragic cries sounded repeatedly and a blood mist spread. The initial smugness on the faces of the dozens of cultivators vanished and was replaced by endless fear. What sort of an existence had they provoked? Buzz. Buzz. Some severely injured cultivators did not dare to linger on the battlefield and activated their coiling dragon badges to teleport away. "How dare you?" When Lai Feng saw that the group had suffered immense losses, he could not help but soar into the air in rage. He led the remaining dozens of cultivators and swarmed forward, releasing divine powers, secret skills, immortal arts and dermic treasures that weaved into a huge net that enveloped Su Zimo. A glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he conjured hand seals repeatedly. Suddenly, a resplendent starry sky appeared above his head. Most of the starry skies were dim. However, there were also millions of bright stars that were descending and gushing into Su Zimo's body continuously. Every single one of Su Zimo's orifices shone with starlight and his aura surged. The mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram had descended. Bang! 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 Su Zimo's combat strength increased exponentially with the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram above his head. He could fight against the many divine powers and dermic treasures that descended barehanded without being disadvantaged. Once Su Zimo closed in, those cultivators would not be able to defend at all. Lai Feng released 2 or 3 divine powers and secret skills in succession but could not injure Su Zimo at all. Instead, the distance between the two of them decreased. A wary look flashed through Lai Feng's eyes and he wanted to retreat. He had enough coiling dragon badges in his storage bag and there was no need for him to fight to the death with this unknown ruthless person. As for the cultivators gathered around him, he did not care about them at all. The immortal sex election was about to end and there was no need for him to implicate himself for the sake of these cultivators. At that thought, Lai Feng made up his mind and declared, "Fellow Daoist, I'm impressed by your extraordinary methods. However, I don't wish to fight you to the death right now. Let's part ways today. If there's a chance, we'll definitely fight in the future." Su Zimo smiled indifferently. "Haven't you been searching for me for the past few days? Why are you leaving again after bumping into me today?" "Why you are?" Lai Feng's expression changed when he heard that. The only person he had been searching for the past few days was that sickly young man. Could that person be the sickly invalid? Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he suddenly released ethereal wings, zephyr thunder wings, boundless golden light, heavenly feet and other divine powers and secret skills. His speed increased exponentially. A phantom passed through the gaps between many sabers and swords and charged towards Lai Feng. "It's indeed you." Lai Feng was shocked and exclaimed. He was extremely familiar with such a movement technique and burst speed. "You're not worthy of challenging me." In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo arrived before Lai Feng. With a loud shout, he flipped his palm and grabbed the ladder. A sword chi storm condensed in his palm. The moment it descended, it exploded. Countless white sword chi splattered everywhere, piercing into the crowd and causing wails. Every single sword chi was the heaven-slaying sword chi. That killing power swept through the battlefield and was invincible. Lai Feng, who was right in front of him, was the first to be struck. Chapter 2133 Heaven Immortal Intervention. 2133 Heaven Immortal Intervention. Lai Feng roared and channeled his essence spirit wildly to condense a defensive divine power. However, the moment his greater divine power was released, it was penetrated by many heaven-slaying sword chi. Poof! 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 Although Lai Feng managed to survive the calamity and avoid fatal damage, his body was still riddled with holes by the heaven-slaying sword chi and blood gushed out in an extremely tragic manner. Lai Feng was indignant. If he had not met Su Zimo, given the number of coiling dragon badges in his storage bag, he would definitely be able to enter the top 100 and join the 4 immortal sections. However, he knew very well that if he continued to linger here, he might be killed by Su Zimo on the spot. He was still rational and could tell which was more important. Lai Feng could only activate his coiling dragon badge as a glow surged around him. Su Zimo sneered, "You can't even withstand a single move from me and you want to fight me?" When Lai Feng heard that, his body swayed slightly and he nearly fainted. He was also a grade 9 Earth Immortal and a paragon of the immortal sex election. He had never suffered such a blow. However, he did not refute and did not even have any thoughts of resisting. The person before him was only a grade 6 Earth Immortal. Lai Feng knew that he would never be able to catch up to this person in his lifetime. With Lai Feng's departure, the remaining cultivators could not hold on at all and were defeated by Su Zimo. One after another, they activated their coiling dragon badges and left the valley. Therefore, a spectacular scene appeared outside the valley. In an extremely short period of time, cultivators fell onto coiling dragon mountain range one after another. In the valley, a large number of coiling dragon badges floated on the battlefield. After those cultivators left, the coiling dragon badges would automatically stay in the valley. After the battle ended, there were close to 4,000 coiling dragon badges left. Su Zimo waved his sleeves and kept all the coiling dragon badges. Including the coiling dragon badges he had obtained previously, he had already collected more than 5,000. After that battle, Su Zimo became the person with the most number of coiling dragon badges. In midair, Yang Ruoxu focused his gaze and pondered for a long time before saying slowly, "If I'm not wrong, the sword chi released by Su Zimo earlier on." He wanted to speak but hesitated. "Heaven slaying." Heaven Abyss spat out 2 words. "It's the heaven slaying sword art." No wonder. Heaven Immortal White Sea and Heaven Immortal Green Peak were shocked and revealed enlightened expressions. Even in the upper world, the 3 great sword arts were extremely famous. The reason why Yunting could sweep through every one of the same cultivation realm was because of the human-slaying sword art that he cultivated. Of course, among the 3 great sword arts, human-slaying reigned supreme. Hee. Heaven Immortal White Sea seemed to have thought of something and suddenly smiled. Interesting. There's a chance that the 3 lost sword arts can be gathered in this generation. There's probably going to be a fierce battle between Su Zimo and Yunting. There's still quite a gap between the 2 of them. Heaven Immortal Green Peak shook his head. Although this lad has many trump cards, I'm afraid he can't defend against Yunting's sharpness. Furthermore, the 2 of them are still a few cultivation realms apart. Given Yunting's endowment and talent, he'll definitely become an immortal king in the future if nothing goes wrong. In a few years, the few of us will probably be beneath him. Yang Ruoxu said, even if there's a gap between the 2 of them, Yunting is still the only monster incarnate superior to Su Zimo all these years. The 4 Heaven Immortals chatted openly without reservations. At the side, Prince Yuan's expression was already extremely terrible. It was clear that the 4 Heaven Immortals were intending to protect Su Zimo. However, Prince Yuan's did not give up. As long as Su Zimo had not joined the 4 Immortal sects, he could not be considered as someone from them. The Immortal sect selection continued. The remaining few days were uneventful and the top 100 cultivators were basically confirmed without any changes. The top 3 were Su Zimo, Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Prince Yunlei. A few days later, the Immortal sect selection ended. The water barrier in the valley faded slowly. After a year, the barrier between the valley and coiling Dragon Mountain Range had finally dissipated. "Everyone, come on up," Heaven Immortal Green Peak declared. The top 100 cultivators in the valley rose slowly into the air and advanced towards the formation of the 4 immortal sections. Su Zimo. When Prince Yuanzhua saw Su Zimo in the crowd, his eyes seemed to spew out 2 flames. When Prince Yuanzhua recalled how the 100-odd execution guards he brought with him were killed in the valley as well as Su Zimo's provocative gesture, the rationality he had just regained was drowned by hatred and anger once more. Prince Yuanzhua could no longer hold it in. With a deep growl, he released a supreme divine power. Firmament Slash. Prince Yuanzhua used his palm like a saber and slashed in Su Zimo's direction. One could only comprehend Firmament Slash after comprehending saber techniques to their limits. A blinding white light tore through the horizon, leaving a deep scar in the firmaments as though a heavenly saber had slashed across. It could even slice the firmaments into 2. The supreme divine power, Firmament Slash, was the most ferocious and lethal. The moment Prince Yuanzhua attacked, he did not give Su Zimo any chance of survival. Initially, he thought of capturing Su Zimo alive. However, the current conditions clearly did not allow it. He might as well kill Su Zimo with a single slash to vent the hatred in his heart. At the same time, Lone Star at the side suddenly attacked. He reached out in Su Zimo's direction. His palm looked ordinary. However, a gigantic hand that shone with a dark golden light appeared in midair and enveloped Su Zimo, as though it could pluck the stars and take away the moon. The supreme divine power, star-plucking hand. The fact that it could even pluck the stars in the firmaments was proof of how terrifying that supreme divine power was. That star-plucking hand was enough to destroy the world. The reason why the two grade 9 heaven immortals attacked at the same time and released supreme divine powers was because they wanted to kill Su Zimo completely. Humph. Heaven abyss harumphed coldly and suddenly slashed forward. A gigantic abyss chasm laid across the world with a sinister wind that was dark and deep. The cold light conjured by firmament descended and sank into the abyss before it could injure Su Zimo at all. Boom. 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 Immediately after, the abyss dissipated. The power of firmament sank as well. Star-plucking hand was not blocked and tore through the air, covering the skies. Yang Ruoxu raised his hand gently and his robes fluttered, as though there was a universe within that could accommodate all living beings. Supreme Divine Power, Sleeve Universe. That supreme divine power was related to space and seemed to have no killing power and limited uses. However, when released by Yang Ruoxu, it revealed endless profundities and could even accommodate Star-plucking hand. It seemed like it could encompass everything. Star-plucking hand descended and was absorbed by Sleeve Universe before it even landed on Su Zimo. In the blink of an eye, the 4 heaven immortal experts had already exchanged blows once, causing the world to change. The surrounding clouds rumbled and essence chi surged. The initially noisy coiling Dragon Mountain range turned silent in the blink of an eye. The heaven immortal experts were fighting. One side represented the 4 immortal sects while the other side represented a prince of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Be it in terms of status or backing, both parties were shockingly strong. Chapter 2134, 2134 Appearance of a Perfected Immortal. 2134 Appearance of a Perfected Immortal. When he saw that, Su Zimo felt slightly relieved. If not for the heaven immortal experts of the 4 immortal sects, it would be difficult for him to escape this calamity even if he used all his trump cards. What are you guys doing? Prince Yuanzhua glared at Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu and questioned sternly. What are you doing? Yang Ruoxu asked indifferently. Although Heaven Immortal Green Peak at the side did not attack, he sneered at that moment. Prince Yuanzhua, although your status is noble, don't forget where we are. If you want to do whatever you want, return to your Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Heaven Abyss spoke slowly with an unfriendly tone as well. Prince Yuanzhua grit his teeth. This lad killed so many execution guards of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. No matter where he goes, both me and the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom will not let him off. Lone Star said in a deep voice, fellow Taoists, you witnessed everything in the valley personally. Are you still going to protect him? Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan and smiled gently. Your Highness, please calm down. In my opinion, this person is truly not to blame for this matter. After all, these execution guards were the ones who took the initiative to enter the valley to hunt down Su Zimo. They can blame nobody but themselves for their deaths. Anyone who kills is bound to be killed. Heaven Immortal White Sea was from Flying Immortal Sect and was in the same immortal sect as Princess Mengyao. At that moment, even Heaven Immortal White Sea stood out to speak up for Su Zimo. The situation was extremely unfavorable. Prince Yuanzhua's face was ashen as he laughed out of anger. In that case, it's my fault? I didn't say that. Heaven Immortal White Sea shook his head gently with a smile on his face still. Heaven Immortal Green Peak waved his hand and ignored Prince Yuanzhua. Let's begin selecting people. The final 100 people for the Immortal Sect selection had already been selected. Next, the 4 Immortal Sects would select their candidates according to the number of coiling dragon badges. If 2 or more Immortal Sects took a liking to someone at the same time, the person would make the choice themselves. The sect they joined would depend on their choice. The person with the most coiling dragon badges, Su Zimo. Come to the front. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said in a deep voice. Su Zimo walked out of the crowd and came before everyone. Introduce yourself briefly. Your background, family history as well as martial arts lineage. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said. I'm Su Zimo from the lower worlds. Su Zimo did not hide anything and said frankly. When he said that, a commotion broke out throughout Coiling Dragon Mountain Range and many cultivators were already whispering. What a pathetic background. To think that he's a lowlife. When I saw how capable he was, I thought that he was from some prestigious family and was hunted down and suppressed because he offended the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. So what if he's from the lower worlds? His methods are unyielding and he's number 1 in the immortal sect selection this time round. Fufu, so what if he's number 1? So what if he joined the 4 immortal sects? Back then, Feng Cantian was even a disciple of an immortal emperor. In the end, didn't he still have to flee for his life everywhere? Su Zimo could clearly notice that the millions of cultivators below were not the only ones. Many cultivators of the 4 immortal sects revealed looks of contempt and mockery as well. The 4 heaven immortals had calm expressions and did not reveal such emotions. Not only that, Yang Ruoxu looked at Su Zimo with a hint of admiration and encouragement. You guys heard it too. Prince Yuanzhua said in a deep voice, Su Zimo is just an inferior and worthless lowlife. Fellow Taoists, why don't you give me some face? Heroes can come from anywhere. Yang Ruoxu turned to look at Prince Yuanzhua. I, Yang Ruoxu, am also from the lower worlds. In your eyes, am I also inferior and worthless? Su Zimo was slightly surprised. It was no wonder why Yang Ruoxu gave him that look earlier on. The crowd below was in an uproar. Most cultivators did not know Yang Ruoxu's background at all. Prince Yuanzhua was stunned as well. There was no way he knew that Yang Ruoxu was from the lower worlds. Although his words earlier on were targeted at Su Zimo, he insulted Yang Ruoxu as well. Yang Ruoxu ignored Prince Yuanzhua and said in a deep voice, Heaven and Earth Academy intends to accept Su Zimo. The 3 of you can make your choice. Mountain Sea Immortal Sect wants him. Heaven Abyss did not say much, but his tone was resolute and did not hesitate. Heaven Immortal Green Peak followed closely behind. Imperial Wind Temple wants him. Heaven Immortal White Sea hesitated for a moment before saying with a smile, Flying Immortal Sect is interested as well. The 4 immortal sects wanted him at the same time. If it was just ordinary cultivators, the 4 heaven immortals might not have had such a direct conflict with Prince Yuanzhua. However, Su Zimo's performance was way too striking. This was a 1 in a million monster incarnate. Furthermore, Su Zimo inherited many divine powers and secret skills such as the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram and the Heaven-slaying sword art. His future accomplishments were immeasurable. Since the 4 immortal sects are interested in you, it's up to you. Yang Ruoxu nodded to Su Zimo. Hold on. Prince Yuanzhua interrupted hurriedly. If Su Zimo were to officially join the 4 immortal sects, there would be even less reason for him to attack. Fellow Taoist Yuanzhua, is there anything else you want to say? Heaven Immortal Green Peak frowned slightly and asked impatiently. Prince Yuanzhua took a deep breath and composed himself. He bowed slightly to the 4 heaven immortals and was sufficiently polite. As a prince of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, he had never bowed to a cultivator of the same cultivation realm. Fellow Taoists, please hand this person over to me. I, Yuanzhua, can swear that if you have any requests in the future, I'll definitely do my best and not let you down. Prince Yuanzhua said in a deep voice, as long as the 4 of you agree not to take him in as a disciple, I'll definitely reward you immensely. If you need anything, feel free to let me know. Prince Yuanzhua did not hide his words and said them in front of everyone. He was extremely sincere. The promise of a prince was not to be ignored, even if he was one who was relatively down and out. Furthermore, there might even be treasures as gifts. Prince Yuanzhua's sacrifice was definitely worth it. As long as he could capture Su Zimo, he might be able to obtain the many divine powers, secret skills, and jade talismans in Su Zimo's body. At that time, his chances of breaking through to the perfected immortal realm would be much higher. Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan gently with a smile. Heaven Abyss's expression was grim. Yang Ruoxu lowered his eyes with an indifferent expression. Heaven Immortal Green Peak was unmoved. The four heaven immortals had different expressions, but none of them expressed anything, leaving Prince Yuanzhua on the spot. Time passed bit by bit. The longer things dragged on, the uglier Prince Yuanzhua's expression was and the more awkward the situation became. Prince Yuanzhua clenched his fists and grit his teeth. Although he had already let go of his dignity, the four heaven immortals had no intention of giving in. Right then, a figure sped over from afar at a shocking speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before them. It was a middle-aged man with gray hair. Every single move he made exuded an invisible might. The moment that person appeared, he stood in midair and his aura overwhelmed all the cultivators present. Even the four heaven immortals could not compare to him. This was a perfected immortal expert. Although everyone could not detect the middle-aged man's cultivation realm, they could vaguely determine it. When Su Zimo saw that person, he frowned and his expression changed slightly. He was certain that this was a perfected immortal. This was the former Green Cloud County Governor, perfected immortal Jingyu. Chapter 2135, 2135 at odds. 2135 at odds. Within a carriage in the crowd. The girl said softly, "Princess, you were right. Indeed, something unexpected happened. Even a perfected immortal has appeared." The plain-robed woman acknowledged and continued looking at the skies. A commotion broke out in the surrounding crowd. The immortal sect selection only selected Earth immortals. Be it the four immortal sects or the cultivators watching the battle, the strongest were heaven immortal experts. No matter which faction or world a perfected immortal expert was in, they were pillars of support and had noble statuses. Initially, Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu and the other two heaven immortals reigned supreme for the factions and all parties could maintain a balance. The descent of a perfected immortal broke that balance instantly. The four heaven immortals frowned when they saw that person. Prince Yuanzhua was delighted and hurried forward. "Jingyu, you're finally here." Both Prince Yuanzhua and perfected immortal Jingyu suffered a huge blow because of Feng Cantian. Prince Yuanzhua lost the territory of Green Cloud County and perfected immortal Jingyu lost his position as the county governor. Of course, the two of them had interacted for many years and had some ties after all. Before Prince Yuanzhua received the mysterious letter headed here, he sent a message to perfected immortal Jingyu. He had already vaguely guessed that there was a high chance they would encounter many obstacles in Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. That was the reason why he planned before making a move and invited perfected immortal Jingyu out of seclusion to preside over the situation for him. Prince Yuanzhua was scheming and extremely smart. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the prince in charge of Green Cloud County back then. He was even able to hide his true strength and confuse the world with a clone he cultivated. However, for some reason, he was plagued by bad luck all these years and suffered setbacks. Prince Yuanzhua blamed everything on Su Zimo. "Your Highness, I was delayed by something and came a little late." Perfected immortal Jingyu cupped his fists towards Prince Yuanzhua and said in a deep voice, "You're not late. You came at the right time." Prince Yuanzhua pointed at Su Zimo who was not far away and said hatefully, "This sinner killed more than 100 execution guards of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom in front of everyone. Right now, he's about to join the four immortal sections. We must capture him. If he manages to escape under my watch after killing so many execution guards, what will become of the reputation of our Great Jin Immortal Kingdom?" More than 100 execution guards died. Perfected immortal Jingyu's expression darkened. He was the one who first discovered Su Zimo and brought him to Absolute Thunder City. That was the reason for the series of changes later on. If this matter was traced back to its origin, it would be difficult for him to escape responsibility. Therefore, even though he knew that it was inappropriate for a perfected immortal to appear for the immortal sex election, he still came. Perfected immortal Jingyu knew one thing as well. Although he was a perfected immortal, it would be difficult for him to make a move if Su Zimo were to join the four immortal sections. As his thoughts raced, perfected immortal Jingyu looked at the four heaven immortals and cupped his fists. "Greetings, I'm Jingyu." Greetings, exalted immortal. The 4 heaven immortals did not dare to be rude and stood up one after another. Although perfected immortal Jing Yu was not the Green Cloud County governor, he was still an expert among perfected immortals. The 4 heaven immortals had heard of him before. Perfected immortal Jing Yu did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I know that it'll be difficult for the 4 of you to explain things if you hand Su Zimo over. How about this? The 4 of you, please give me some face. It's fine as long as you guys do not recruit this person on behalf of the 4 immortal sections. As long as no one from the 4 immortal sects recruited Su Zimo, Prince Yuanzhua could naturally attack without any reservations. The only thing he was wary of were the 4 immortal sections. A perfected immortal had appeared to demand Su Zimo. The reputation of a perfected immortal expert was completely different from Prince Yuanzhua. Perfected immortals represented another level of power. Even if the 4 heaven immortals were unwilling, they could not express it directly and go against perfected immortal Jing Yu head-on. Perfected immortal Jing Yu continued, as long as the 4 of you are willing to agree, I won't decline if you look for me in the future for anything. The promise of a perfected immortal carried even more weight. It's over for Su Zimo. A perfected immortal of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom has appeared and wants to capture him at all costs. That's expected as well. Think about it. How can a lowlife who offended a prince and killed so many execution guards survive? Many cultivators shook their heads emotionally. In midair, Su Zimo remained silent with a calm expression. The current situation no longer had anything to do with him. In other words, his life and death depended on a single thought of theirs. Since exalted immortal Jing Yu said that, I'll withdraw on behalf of Flying Immortal Sect. Heaven Immortal White Sea smiled gently and cupped his fists. Now that a perfected immortal had appeared, there was no need for him to continue pressing the matter. Furthermore, Zither Immortal Meng Yao was from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. If he took a step back first, he could consider that a favor as well. Perfected immortal Jing Yu nodded slightly with a smile. Not long ago, I even met Princess Meng Yao. If we meet again, I'll speak up for you in front of her. Thank you, exalted immortal. Heaven Immortal White Sea was delighted. It was enough if he could leave a good impression on Zither Immortal Meng Yao because of this. What do the 3 of you think? Perfected immortal Jing Yu swept his gaze towards Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu and Heaven Immortal Green Peak. There was a hint of pressure in his tone and gaze. Heaven Abyss's expression was still grim. Yang Ruoxu's expression was indifferent as he lowered his head. Heaven Immortal Green Peak looked restless and uneasy. Perfected immortal Jing Yu had been famous for a long time and the people he befriended were all perfected immortal experts. In other words, only legacy disciples of Imperial Wind Temple were qualified to speak to him. Who knew if perfected immortal Jing Yu had any ties with any legacy disciple of Imperial Wind Temple? It was truly not worth it to offend a legacy disciple of the sect because of this. Suddenly, Heaven Immortal Green Peak smiled. My side is easygoing, it's fine whether or not we recruit him. Exalted Immortal, it's better if you ask the other 2 about their stances. Heaven Immortal Green Peak set a trap. In reality, he did not say explicitly that he was not recruiting Su Zimo. Instead, he pushed the responsibility to Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu. If Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu backed off, he would not insist either and would go with the flow. If Heaven Abyss or Yang Ruoxu did not back off, perfected immortal Jing Yu's attention would shift to the 2 of them. Perfected immortal Jing Yu sneered internally. Although he could tell what Heaven Immortal Green Peak was thinking, he did not expose him. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu. I don't agree. Heaven Abyss suddenly spoke. Many cultivators were invigorated and their eyes lit up. He was taking it head-on. A Heaven Immortal expert of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and a perfected immortal of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom were at odds. At that moment, Su Zimo became nervous as well. When he came to take part in the Immortal Sect selection this time round, his inclination was towards Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. On the Dragon Abyss Star, he had conflicts with legacy disciples of the other 3 immortal sections. Although he did not expose his identity, he felt hesitant internally. Su Zimo did not care if Flying Immortal Sect withdrew. At the very least, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect was still around. Perfected Immortal Jingyu glared at Heaven Abyss with a dark gaze and said slowly, Heaven Abyss, the number 1 of the previous heaven ranking. Ferocious methods, dominating personality, and completely fearless. I've long heard of you. Now that I've seen it for myself, you truly live up to your reputation. Although Perfected Immortal Jingyu praised Heaven Abyss openly, there was a hint of coldness in his tone. Chapter 2136, 2136 Shameless. 2136 Shameless. You flatter me. Heaven Abyss was expressionless and fearless. Exalted Immortal, before you descended, I've already decided to recruit this person. If I give up just because of a single sentence from you, others will think that Mountain Sea Immortal Sect is afraid of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. That will be bad for our sect's reputation. Although Heaven Abyss rarely spoke, he was extremely smart. He knew that given his status and cultivation realm, he could not fight against Perfected Immortal Jingyu. Therefore, he referred to his backing, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. Heaven Abyss's words were akin to hiding needles in cotton wool. Perfected Immortal Jingyu's expression darkened. If Heavenly Abyss truly wanted to go against him head-on, there was nothing he could do. There was no way he could kill Heaven Abyss in front of everyone. Heaven Abyss was not a nobody. If he attacked rashly and bullied the young, he would definitely offend Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. At that time, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect might even send Perfected Immortal experts to look for him. One of the 4 great fairies, the Chess Immortal, was in the Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. The Chess Immortal had a domineering personality and loved to fight. Although the 4 great fairies had not fought openly, there were long rumors that the Chess Immortal was the strongest among the 4 of them. Perfected Immortal Jingyu narrowed his eyes slightly with a dark expression, seemingly plotting something. Instantly, the entire coiling Dragon Mountain range turned extremely quiet. The atmosphere was a little stifling. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a strong sense of danger, as though he was targeted by some terrifying figure and could face a calamity at any moment. This is bad. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Perfected Immortal Jingyu was wary of the Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and did not dare to attack Heaven Abyss. However, Perfected Immortal Jingyu could ignore others and attack him. Mountain Sea Immortal Sect would cause trouble for Perfected Immortal Jingyu if Heaven Abyss was suppressed. However, Su Zimo had yet to join the Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. Even if Perfected Immortal Jingyu killed him in public, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect would not have any conflict with Perfected Immortal Jingyu because of him, a grade 6 Earth Immortal who had ascended from the lower worlds. Within the carriage, the girl whispered, Princess, Su Zimo's luck is not bad. Thankfully, Heavenly Abyss has the guts to stand out and withstand the pressure of Perfected Immortal Jingyu. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Even if Heaven Abyss backs off, Yang Ruoxu will stand out. The plain-robed woman shook her head gently. Yang Ruoxu can be considered as a rising star of Heaven and Earth Academy. Although he's not the number 1 Heaven Immortal of the Academy, he's upright and cultivated the Righteousness Sutra. He came from a lowly background and it's truly not easy for him to reach this point. Pausing for a moment, she continued, however, with the descent of a Perfected Immortal, Heaven Abyss and the other 3 are no longer able to control the situation. Fufufu. Ha 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 ha. Right then, Perfected Immortal Jingyu who was in midair suddenly laughed. His voice grew louder and many cultivators felt their ears buzz with a sharp pain. The laughter gradually stopped and Perfected Immortal Jingyu said coldly, Heavenly Abyss, it's fine if you don't give me face. He changed the topic and looked at Su Zimo who was not far away, saying slowly, however, I'm going to suppress that lad in public today. Who can stop me? The expressions of Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu and the others changed. As Perfected Immortal Jingyu had said, if he were to attack forcefully, no one would be able to stop him here. The difference between a perfected immortal and a heaven immortal was way too great. Furthermore, perfected immortal Jingyu was an expert among perfected immortals. There were 9 levels to the black, earth and heaven essence realms. However, after the 3 essences converged into the perfected 1 realm, there were only 4 levels. Every single level was a huge gap. Perfected immortal Jingyu had at least cultivated to level 3 of the perfected 1 realm. Even if the previous number 1 of the heaven ranking was gathered, he would not be able to defend against perfected immortal Jingyu, let alone heaven abyss and the other 3. Jingyu, hurry and capture Su Zimo. Prince Yuanzhou was delighted and invigorated. Your Highness, please calm down. Since I've already decided to attack, this lad won't be able to escape. The moment he said that, perfected immortal Jingyu waved his robes and a gigantic dark golden palm extended from his wide and pitch-black sleeves, enveloping Su Zimo. The supreme divine power, star-plucking hand. When released by a perfected immortal, the same supreme divine power created a completely different scene and might. The gigantic hand covered the skies and was filled with a dark golden glow. It fiddled with the galaxy as though it had come from the ancient era and wanted to suppress the world and punish all living beings. Against the might of that gigantic hand, it was already rare for anyone to not kneel on the ground, let alone resist. Heaven Abyss had an indignant expression as he growled and released a supreme divine power. At the same time, Yang Ruoxu at the side attacked once more. The 2 heaven immortals resisted the might of perfected immortal Jingyu and wanted to block the gigantic hand in midair. However, their supreme divine powers dissipated when they collided with perfected immortal Jingyu's star-plucking hand. It was like a moth flying into a flame without causing any ripples. The difference was too great. As perfected immortal Jingyu had said, no one could stop him if he attacked. How shameless to bully the weak. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the battlefield. Right on the heels of that, a divine light suddenly descended and no one could see how or where it came from. It was completely imperceivable. However, it appeared in midair and slashed down at the star-plucking hand that shone with starlight. Shing! The divine light streaked across the star-plucking hand and sliced the gigantic hand into 2 with an ear-piercing sound. Boom! 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 Right in front of many cultivators, the hand that was sliced into 2 collapsed and shattered rapidly. After a momentary silence, the entire coiling Dragon Mountain range was in an uproar. Perfected immortal Jingyu's attack was resolved by someone. Apart from perfected immortal Jingyu, there were other perfected immortal experts here. Who is there? Perfected immortal Jingyu's heart skipped a beat as he surveyed his surroundings and asked loudly with a sharp gaze. Nobody replied. Perfected immortal Jingyu had a grim expression. It was normal for this person to be able to neutralize his supreme divine power. However, he could not even tell the origin of the divine light earlier on or sense the location of this person. That was a little terrifying. This meant that there was a high chance this person was much stronger than him. Who could this person be? Why would this person appear in coiling Dragon Mountain range? Why did this person want to save Su Zimo? Why did this person not appear after attacking? Doubts flashed through perfected immortal Jingyu's mind in the blink of an eye. The person's voice earlier on was erratic. Not only could he not identify the voice, he could not even tell if it was a man or woman. Perfected immortal Jingyu's reaction surprised many cultivators present. A perfected immortal attacked earlier on, but perfected immortal Jingyu could not find where the person was. Su Zimo was puzzled as well after escaping this calamity. Even he could not imagine that any perfected immortal in the heavenly world would help him. The only perfected immortal he knew was Feng Zi's master, Burial Knight. However, this person's style was way too different from Burial Knight. If it was Burial Knight, he would have launched an assassination attempt on perfected immortal Jingyu directly. Why would he say something like, "How shameless to bully the weak"? Chapter 2137 Sound of the Strings. 2137 Sound of the Strings. Within the carriage. The girl covered her mouth and stifled her laughter, sending a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. Princess, well scolded. That person is way too shameless. He's clearly a perfected immortal expert, but he wants to attack an earth immortal. Because the girl was closer to Prince Yunting, she was displeased with Su Zimo. However, she despised perfected immortal Jing Yu's actions even more. The plain-robed woman smiled indifferently. Perfected immortal Jing Yu surveyed his surroundings and sneered with a mocking expression. Sir, aren't you being too shameless by hiding? How shameless to bully the weak. The voice sounded once more erratically and everyone present was shocked. No one could discover the location of the person who spoke. However, this time round, everyone heard it clearly. It was a woman. Su Zimo recalled carefully. He had never heard that voice before. He should not know this person. Perfected immortal Jing Yu was secretly frustrated and said in a deep voice, since you want to be a busybody, why don't you show yourself? Let me see who you are as well. You can't even find me and you think you're worthy of me appearing? The woman's tone was indifferent with a hint of disdain. Perfected immortal Jing Yu fell silent with a terrible expression. What are you thinking about? Why aren't you attacking yet? Prince Yuanzuo was still concerned about Su Zimo and wanted perfected immortal Jing Yu to attack once more to capture Su Zimo alive. Your Highness, there's an expert here. Perfected immortal Jing Yu said bitterly, even if I attack with my full strength, I'm probably not a match for this person. We might have to return fruitless today. Actually, there was something that perfected immortal Jing Yu did not say. In fact, he suspected that the person who attacked earlier on was the chess immortal of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. Although the four great fairies had different personalities, none of them were easy to deal with. More than 2,000 years ago, he had suffered a loss against one of them. Back then, an ice butterfly appeared outside Glass City beneath Green Cloud County. He chased after it and severely injured it. Unexpectedly, the ice butterfly escaped with serious injuries and attracted perfected immortals of many factions to descend and fight for it. In the end, the ice butterfly was saved by one of the four great fairies, the painting immortal. At that time, they were in the territory of the great Jin immortal kingdom after all. Perfected immortal Jing Yu was unwilling to let the painting immortal take the ice butterfly away. Therefore, he fought the latter and suffered a crushing defeat. It was said that the painting immortal of the four great fairies had a calm personality and did not like to fight. She was the weakest among the four great fairies. Even so, perfected immortal Jing Yu was not her match. If the belligerent chess immortal had truly descended, he would have even less chance of winning. We have to leave just like this? Prince Yuanzuo's eyes were filled with deep indignation. Although Su Zimo was not far away, he was helpless. He even invited a perfected immortal out of seclusion but to no avail. Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu heaved a sigh of relief. Heaven Abyss was in Mountain Sea Immortal Sect with the chess immortal and he knew more about the latter. He knew in his heart that the person who attacked earlier on could not have been the chess immortal. Given the domineering nature of the chess immortal, she would definitely not be secretive if she descended here and wanted to severely injure perfected immortal Jing Yu. However, no matter what, the person who attacked was helping them in secret. Heaven Abyss looked at Su Zimo and said hurriedly, "Hurry and tell us. Between our Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and Heaven and Earth Academy, who do you choose? Imperial Wind Temple as well." At that moment, Heaven Immortal Green Peak jumped out in time when he saw that perfected immortal Jing Yu was disadvantaged. If the three immortal sects wanted him at the same time, it would depend on Su Zimo's final choice. I choose. Su Zimo had just said two words when a zither sound sounded in midair. The sound of the strings rustled and possessed a strange power, as though it was strumming the heartstrings of many cultivators. Su Zimo could not say anything else. Even the massive coiling Dragon Mountain range turned silent against the sound of the zither. Immediately after, a figure walked over from the distant skies. Initially, it was far away. Before the sound of the zither dissipated completely, the figure had already arrived. It was a tall woman in plain blue palace robes. She was beautiful and flawless with an extraordinary aura. She had a cold expression and surveyed her surroundings, as though she was searching for someone. Cultivators who met the woman's gaze would either avert their gazes instinctively or lower their heads slightly. It was as though taking another look at this woman was a blasphemy to her. Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Only Zither Immortal Meng Yao could silence millions of cultivators in coiling Dragon Mountain Range and have them behave respectfully with a single sound of the zither strings. "Princess, it's her," the girl said softly. The plain-robed woman frowned slightly and raised her hand to stop the girl from speaking. She looked at the figure in midair through the curtain of the carriage. "Greetings, Princess Meng Yao." When perfected Immortal Jing Yu saw the woman in palace robes, he was delighted and hurried forward to bow. At the same time, he gave Prince Yuanzuo a look. Prince Yuanzuo was way too smart and reacted instantly. He ran over as well with reddened eyes and said tragically, "Sister Meng Yao, you're finally here." Actually, Prince Yuanzuo did not know that Zither Immortal Meng Yao would descend here. Even with his status, there was no way he could request Meng Yao to do anything. However, when he said that, it gave others the feeling that he was the reason why Zither Immortal Meng Yao came. That's the Zither Immortal. She's truly beautiful. To think that the four great fairies Zither Immortal would be alerted to this immortal sex selection. This trip was truly worth it. The crowd below still did not dare to speak loudly as they whispered, as though they were afraid of disturbing the beauty. "Greetings, Fairy Meng Yao." Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu and Heaven Immortal Green Peak stood up and bowed. "Greetings, Senior Sister Meng Yao." Heaven Immortal White Sea put away his folding fan as well and reverently put away his playful expression. Meng Yao merely nodded slightly and asked, "Have you guys seen two people, a man and a woman, using dermic treasures in the form of a flute and zither as their weapons?" "Never." The four Heaven Immortals exchanged glances and shook their heads. Su Zimo remained silent. He knew that Zither Immortal Meng Yao had descended here to hunt down Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo. However, the two of them did not participate in the immortal sex selection at all. Meng Yao was slightly disappointed when she did not see Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo. In a flash, she turned to leave. "Sister Meng Yao." Right then, Prince Yuanzuo suddenly shouted. Meng Yao frowned slightly in impatience. When she saw that Prince Yuanzuo's eyes were red as though he had suffered quite a bit and thought about how they shared the same father after all, she paused in her tracks and asked coldly, "What's wrong?" "Sister Meng Yao, there's someone here who might know where the two of them are," Prince Yuanzuo suddenly said. Meng Yao's heart skipped a beat as she focused her gaze and asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" "Him." Prince Yuanzuo pointed at Su Zimo in the crowd and said sternly, "A few months ago, he was the one who killed the 13 execution guards outside Sanyu City." "Mm." Meng Yao followed Prince Yuanzuo's finger and looked over. The 13 execution guards were under her orders to hunt down Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo. If they were truly killed by an outsider, there was indeed a chance that this person knew the location of Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo. Even if he did not know, this person was definitely related to Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo. Chapter 2138 Might of the Zither Immortal. 2138 Might of the Zither Immortal. Prince Yuanzuo was smart. He knew very well that there was no way Meng Yao would bother to deal with Su Zimo because of him. Furthermore, doing that might cause a feud with the four immortal sections. However, if he linked Su Zimo with the two of them, even if it was only a possibility, it would be enough to attract Meng Yao's attention. Prince Yuanzuo wanted to make use of Meng Yao to deal with the four immortal sects and Su Zimo. In reality, as he had expected, Meng Yao had indeed placed her attention on Su Zimo at the mention of this. When Prince Yuanzuo saw that, he seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "I led more than 100 execution guards to suppress this person and bring him back to the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. However, this person was way too arrogant and openly declared war on the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom in front of everyone during the immortal sex election, killing all the execution guards. Right now, these people from the four immortal sects are trying their best to recruit him and did not stop even when Jingyu appeared. They must truly think that our great Jin immortal kingdom is weak to look down on and humiliate us as such. Prince Yuan's tone was agitated and he looked sorrowful, as though he had suffered immense grievances. To begin with, Meng Yao exuded an aloof aura that prevented strangers from approaching. When she heard that, her cold expression and beautiful eyes were even filled with a chilling intent. Heaven Immortal White Sea was sweating profusely when he heard that. He stood out hurriedly and said, "Your Highness, you have to make things clear. I represented Flying Immortal Sect and withdrew a long time ago. On account of my senior sister here, there was no way I would have ever become enemies with you or the great Jin Immortal Kingdom." "Yes." Prince Yuanzhua said, "Fellow Daoist White Sea withdrew indeed, but the other three of them were insistent. They were even willing to fight me to protect this sinner." Prince Yuanzhua continued to add fuel to the fire. Heaven Immortal Green Peak cursed internally, but he still forced a smile. "Fairy Meng Yao, please calm down. I'll withdraw on behalf of Imperial Wind Temple and no longer recruit this person." He had not expected Zither Immortal Meng Yao to suddenly appear here. Although they were both perfected immortals, Zither Immortal Meng Yao's reputation and combat strength were much greater than perfected Immortal Jingyu. Even some immortal kings had to treat the Zither Immortal with respect, and they saw her. Now that the Zither Immortal was here, even if Su Zimo was someone like Yunting, Imperial Wind Temple would not dare to accept him, let alone the fact that he was a mere monster incarnate with immense potential. If the legacy disciples of Imperial Wind Temple knew that he had offended Zither Immortal Meng Yao because of a grade 6 Earth Immortal, they would probably skin him alive. Meng Yao shifted her gaze towards Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu and asked indifferently, "Why? You guys still want to protect this person?" Meng Yao's tone was calm and emotionless. However, it contained an unimaginable pressure. She was the Zither Immortal. She was not only a perfected immortal, she was backed by a deep network of major factions and many top experts. It was no exaggeration to say that even if an immortal king offended the Zither Immortal, he might be killed by other immortal kings. Swoosh. 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 Instantly, countless gazes landed on Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu. At that moment, both of them were under immense pressure. That pressure was not something a Heaven Immortal could endure. In other words, even if most of the perfected immortals of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and Heaven and Earth Academy were to arrive, they would not be able to withstand the same pressure as well. Time passed, even a few breaths seemed like 100 years. "Since Fairy Meng Yao is here," Heaven Abyss finally spoke and said slowly, "On behalf of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, I'll withdraw from the competition and no longer recruit this person." When he heard that, a look of disappointment flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. Of course, there was no resentment in his heart. He could sense Heaven Abyss's helplessness. He was merely disappointed. He was disappointed in Heaven Abyss and Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. Many cultivators were filled with emotions when they saw that. This was the might of the Zither Immortal. After descending, she did not say much or gave any threats, much less attack. Even so, 3 Heaven Immortals had to lower their heads to retreat to avoid her sharpness. If nothing went wrong, Yang Ruoxu would relent as well. Now that he was the only one left among the 4 Heaven Immortals, the pressure on him would increase 100-fold. His reputation and combat strength were far inferior to Heaven Abyss and the others. It was impossible for him to withstand it. Yang Ruoxu stood on the spot and lowered his head slightly. There were no emotions on his bronze face as he remained silent. "Zither Immortal, Fufu, how impressive." Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded in midair with a hint of mockery. The crowd was astonished. Someone dared to speak to the Zither Immortal in such a tone. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's expression changed as he said hurriedly, "Princess, I tried to step in earlier on to suppress Su Zimo. This was the person who attacked in secret and saved him. I'm ashamed to say that I could not locate her. Please take charge, Princess." Meng Yao was not angered when she heard that voice. After pondering for a moment, she turned to look at a carriage in the crowd of coiling Dragon Mountain Range and asked with a frown, "It's you?" She was extremely surprised when she recognized the person. This person truly should not have appeared here. That's right. The voice of the plain-robed woman sounded from within the carriage. The cultivators around the carriage were scared out of their wits and avoided the carriage one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. This carriage was way too ordinary. It was so ordinary that it would not attract anyone's attention in the crowd. However, the carriage was covered by the curtains and outsiders could not see what was going on inside. Even their spirit consciousnesses could not scan inside. Only Prince Yunlei, who was not far away, frowned with a confused expression. Although the voice sounded familiar, it was impossible. His sister cultivated silently in the library all year round and rarely saw anyone. Even he would not be able to request an audience with her. Why would she suddenly appear here? So, you're hiding here. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's gaze intensified as he glared at the carriage and said coldly, "How dare you hide? Let me see who you are." With that said, Perfected Immortal Jing Yu advanced and was ready to attack. However, Meng Yao waved her sleeves and released a tremendous power, forcing Perfected Immortal Jing Yu back. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu was stunned for a moment and was about to ask. Meng Yao said indifferently, "You're not her match. Don't embarrass yourself." Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's face flushed red instantly. He took deep breaths repeatedly before calming down and smiling bitterly. Indeed, I had behaved recklessly. However, the other cultivators were shocked and were even more curious about the woman in the carriage. "Why? You know this grade 6 Earth Immortal?" Meng Yao glared at the carriage and asked. "No." Within the carriage, the plain-robed woman replied. The girl at the side shook her head repeatedly with an anxious expression, reminding the plain-robed woman not to be reckless. Meng Yao smiled and asked again, "You want to interfere even if you don't know him?" "I just can't stand the way the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom bullies others, so I want to interfere." The plain-robed woman's tone was indifferent and she did not give in at all. "Fufu, interesting." Meng Yao smiled like a snow lotus blossoming with a hint of coldness in her beauty. She said slowly, "This person killed more than 100 execution guards of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. His crimes are unforgivable and he deserves to die. You don't know him yet you want to stand up for him? You want to offend the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect at the same time because of someone unrelated?" Meng Yao's tone intensified and even her aura turned murderous. This was a sign that she was prepared to fight at any moment. Chapter 2139, 2139 Butterfly. 2139 Butterfly. Within the carriage. The girl was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Princess, don't be rash." The girl sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "Su Zimo has nothing to do with us. There's no need for us to offend the Zither Immortal just because of him. Your identity is special and every single move you make represents the Zixuan Immortal Kingdom. If you fall out with the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect because of this person, it's truly unwise. I'm afraid King Zixuan will even blame you." The plain-robed woman was silent. Part of the reason why she paid attention to Su Zimo was because before Yunting entered seclusion, he had instructed her to pay attention to news of this person so that they could fight again in the future. On the other hand, it was also because she discovered that Su Zimo might be hiding a secret and was curious. However, in reality, the girl beside her was not wrong. Indeed, she had nothing to do with Su Zimo. In fact, they had never even met or spoken, let alone had any relationship. The reason why she attacked earlier on was out of righteousness. Ever since she was young, she could not stand the injustice of the world and wanted to fight against it. As such, she offended many factions and caused many troubles. Later on, her father locked her in the library to punish her. In her father's words, he wanted to grind down that scholarly justice of hers. To think that she would undergo a baptism, consolidation and transformation in the library. Although she rarely appeared, her reputation in Divine Firmament Mainland grew considerably. Later on, although her father had already released her, she was also unwilling to leave the library so easily. The plain-robed woman was well aware of the filth and corruption of the outside world that she could not change single-handedly. Since she could not change it and was unwilling to go along with the flow, she might as reside in the library. Her mind was more at peace without seeing everything that was out there. With books as companions, she read through history and experienced the majesty of many ancient eras through words. She comprehended the endless secrets contained in the words. That was the meaning of life that she pursued. The plain-robed woman hesitated. As the girl had said, she did not know Su Zimo at all. Was she going to offend Meng Yao and fight over such a person? She was a princess of the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom, and her every move would remind one of the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom. She had too many reservations. The plain-robed woman was silent, and outsiders naturally did not know of her inner conflict. In the eyes of the outsiders, Meng Yao's torrential aura and brazen questioning had forced back the woman in the carriage. Silence was concession. If even the perfected immortal expert in the carriage chose to retreat, Su Zimo's fate was already decided. When Meng Yao saw that there was no longer any sound coming from the carriage, she seemed to be wary and did not push further. She turned to Prince Yuanzhua and said, "Take Su Zimo away and return to the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom." Understood. Prince Yuanzhua was delighted and moved forward, prepared to capture Su Zimo. Right then, a tall figure stood in front of Su Zimo. He was tall and straight with a sharp face. His bronze skin revealed a hint of resoluteness as he said with a firm gaze, "This is inappropriate." It was Yang Ruoxu of Heaven and Earth Academy. A commotion broke out in the crowd. Many cultivators looked at Yang Ruoxu in disbelief. Now that Zither Immortal Meng Yao had appeared and the three Heaven Immortals had retreated in cowardice, even the perfected Immortal in the carriage had taken a step back. Who would dare to stand out? On the surface, Yang Ruoxu was stopping Prince Yuanzhua. However, in reality, he was stopping Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Prince Yuanzhua shrugged his shoulders slightly and did not say anything. That was because he knew that he did not even have to step in for this matter. Meng Yao frowned slightly and looked at Yang Ruoxu with cold eyes, asking indifferently, "Who are you?" Yang Ruoxu cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "I'm Yang Ruoxu, from Heaven and Earth ACA. Never heard before." Before Yang Ruoxu could finish, he was interrupted coldly by Fairy Meng Yao. Meng Yao said, "I've heard of many people in Heaven and Earth Academy, including the #1 immortal of the Academy, but I've never heard of any Yang Ruoxu. Sister Meng Yao, he ascended from the lower worlds." Prince Yuanzhua said at the side. "Oh, no wonder." Meng Yao smirked with a hint of mockery. "So, he's just a lowlife. That explains why he doesn't know how to behave." The muscles on Yang Ruoxu's face trembled slightly. Although his emotions were surging, he still had a calm expression. "I'm just a junior of the Academy and indeed don't have much of a reputation. It's normal for you to not have heard of me, Fairy Meng Yao." Meng Yao shook her head gently. "What's up with Heaven and Earth Academy? They actually sent a lowlife who doesn't know how to behave to host the Immortal Sect selection. They're truly getting worse. Since it's an arrangement of the Academy, I don't dare to make any rash decisions on my own accord. I only know that I have to fulfill my duty for this trip." Yang Ruoxu said expressionlessly. "Oh. And your duty is?" Meng Yao asked. Yang Ruoxu said, "To select the most suitable disciples for our sect." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "I can't cower because of any external obstacle." "Humph." Meng Yao harumphed coldly. Yang Ruoxu was interrupted once more before he could finish. This time round, Meng Yao merely harumphed. However, it was as though a gigantic hammer had landed on his chest and struck his heart heavily. Yang Ruoxu's face turned purple and he felt his chest turn stuffy. It was extremely uncomfortable and his heart felt like it was about to explode. If Zither Immortal Meng Yao wanted to kill him, she wouldn't even have to lift a finger. "This is just a small lesson for you." Meng Yao said coldly, if you push your luck and don't know what's good for you, I can kill you right now. The many cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy were trembling in fear. That was a blatant threat. Nobody dared to doubt the Zither Immortal's methods. Meng Yao said, let me tell you, even if Sword Immortal Yu Hua of Heaven and Earth Academy comes here today, he has to give me face. Who do you think you are? Yang Ruoxu laughed bitterly. Fairy Meng Yao, please step in and get the academy to send senior brother Yu Hua over to replace me. I'll naturally have nothing to say about that. Mmm. Meng Yao's expression turned cold and killing intent surged in her eyes. The repeated provocation of this Heaven Immortal had triggered her killing intent. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu was wary of Heaven and Earth Academy and did not dare to attack Yang Ruoxu and the others. However, she did not have many reservations. She was the Zither Immortal. Even if she killed this unknown Heaven Immortal, she believed that Heaven and Earth Academy would not offend her. Senior brother Yang, please come back. A cultivator of the academy could not help but say. Lu Wenbin was anxious as well. Senior brother Yang, he hasn't joined the sect yet. Why would you risk your life to offend exalted immortal Meng Yao for an outsider? What nonsense are you guys talking about? Yang Ruoxu suddenly turned around and shouted, I joined the academy and cultivated the Righteousness Sutra. I have to have a clear conscience for everything I do. This person has already won the immortal sect selection and is qualified to join the 4 immortal sections. How can he be considered as an outsider? Although the Zither Immortal is powerful, what rights does she have to take him away? If I retreat today, I won't be able to cultivate any righteousness. Yang Ruoxu said those words indignantly in an impassioned manner. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he was moved. All right, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Meng Yao said coldly with an indifferent expression. The moment she said that, the sound of a zither sounded in midair. The sound of the zither possessed a strange demonic power and ripples appeared in the void, spreading towards Yang Ruoxu. Although the ripples looked weak, Yang Ruoxu could not defend against them at all. Right then, a snow-white butterfly suddenly flew out of nowhere and entered the battlefield. Chapter 2140, 2140 Fairy Mo Qing. 2140 Fairy Mo Qing. The butterfly was inconspicuous and was only the size of a palm. It barged into the battlefield and flapped its wings gently above the ripples created by the sound of the zither. Crack. 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 Instantly, a layer of frost covered the ripples in midair and they froze under countless gazes. The cultivators were shocked. This was the attack of Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Even without using her full strength, it was not something that any ordinary person could defend against. If that snow-white butterfly could neutralize the attack of Zither Immortal Meng Yao, its cultivation realm must be at the perfected immortal realm as well. Where did the butterfly come from and what was its background? When perfected immortal Jing Yu saw the snow-white butterfly, he frowned and his gaze froze as he whispered, it seems to be the ice butterfly that escaped from Green Cloud County. Back when the ice butterfly was just born and awakened, its combat strength was far from its peak and it was severely injured by him. From the looks of it, the combat strength of the ice butterfly should have recovered to its peak. If they were to fight again, he might not be able to gain any advantage. The moment perfected immortal Jing Yu said that, he felt a chill run down his spine. The ice butterfly was staring at him not far away with obvious hostility. It's indeed that ice butterfly. Perfected immortal Jing Yu's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he recalled something. At that time, the severely injured ice butterfly was saved by one of the 4 great fairies, the painting immortal. Did the sudden appearance of the ice butterfly mean that? At that thought, perfected immortal Jing Yu looked at Zither Immortal Meng Yao hurriedly and sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness, Princess Meng Yao, watch out. There's a chance. He did not finish. He realized that everyone was looking in the same direction. He looked over instinctively as well. In the distant horizon, a woman was heading over. The woman had a graceful figure and light steps. She wore a tube dress and a silk veil with a slender waist. Her black hair was tied into a bun and her eyes were clear as water. Her skin was smooth and she had an orchid-like aura. Many cultivators seemed to see a drop of ink fall into the water and gradually disperse, forming an elegant and ancient ink painting. This woman was like a fairy that had walked out of a painting and was breathtakingly beautiful. The moment they saw the woman, many cultivators were stunned. Even the peerless and beautiful Zither Immortal could not conceal this woman's brilliance. Their beauty was completely different. This woman's beauty was even more reserved and ancient. Even Su Zimo, who had seen many beauties, was slightly dazed when he caught sight of this woman and could not help but exclaim internally. Before the cultivators could react, the woman had already arrived and stood opposite Zither Immortal Meng Yao. The ice butterfly flew around Su Zimo before returning to the woman's side and landing on her shoulder. Naturally, no one noticed that. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the woman, who would notice the ice butterfly's actions. When Yang Ruoxu saw the woman, he heaved a sigh of relief. Enduring the tightness in his chest, he bowed and said in a deep voice, "Greetings, Senior Sister Mo Qing." Painting Immortal Mo Qing. 2 of the 4 great fairies had arrived. A commotion broke out in the crowd. Be it the cultivators who were here to take part in the immortal sex election or watch the battle, none of them expected that they would have the chance to catch a glimpse of the glory of the 2 fairies. "So, it's younger sister Mo Qing. It's been a long time. How have you been, sister?" Meng Yao chuckled. Fairy Mo Qing did not reply and merely glanced sideways at Yang Ruoxu beside her. She waved her sleeves gently and bumped into Yang Ruoxu's chest. Yang Ruoxu shuddered and could not help but spit out a huge mouthful of blood. The blood was pitch black and looked a little terrifying. Earlier on, Yang Ruoxu was injured by Meng Yao's sound domain. His chest felt stuffy and his heart felt like it was about to explode. It was extremely uncomfortable and he endured it the entire time. Now that he spat out that mouthful of blood, he felt his blood chi clear and the discomfort from earlier on lessened significantly. "Thank you, senior sister." Yang Ruoxu expressed his thanks once more. Meng Yao noticed this and pondered. Fairy Mo Qing nodded before looking at Meng Yao opposite her and asking directly, "Why did you hurt a disciple of my academy?" "Him?" Meng Yao glanced at Yang Ruoxu and smiled. "Sister, I was just helping you teach a lesson to a lowlife who doesn't know how to behave himself." "What happened?" Fairy Mo Qing looked at Yang Ruoxu and asked softly. Yang Ruoxu hurriedly recounted the many changes that happened during the immortal sex election, from Su Zimo entering the valley to Meng Yao attacking him earlier on. Fairy Mo Qing's beautiful eyes shifted to Su Zimo and lingered for a moment before looking away. "The disciples of our academy will naturally be disciplined by our academy. There's no place for outsiders to interfere." After Fairy Mo Qing heard that, she said to Meng Yao, "In addition, Yang Ruoxu did not do anything wrong. Your younger brother was the one who broke the rules, right?" Many cultivators were secretly speechless. Who would have thought that today's matter would develop into such a situation? The immortal sex election that was only held once every 100 years had now attracted 2 fairies and they were even in a standoff. The atmosphere was tense. "Fufu." Meng Yao smiled. "Why?" "Sister Mo Qing, are you angry with me because of a lowlife?" "Yang Ruoxu is not a lowlife. He's a disciple of our academy." Fairy Mo Qing glared at Meng Yao and said word by word. The smugness in Meng Yao's eyes intensified as she shook her head and sighed. To think that the painting immortal of Divine Firmament Mainland, my dear sister Mo Qing, would fall into the sea of love one day. "What did you say?" Fairy Mo Qing frowned. "Isn't it obvious enough?" Meng Yao smiled. Notwithstanding the fact that Yang Ruoxu is just a lowlife, his cultivation realm is only at the heaven immortal realm. However, you're willing to get angry at me for his sake and confront me, sister Mo Qing. Our many years of relationship can't compare to your lover." The moment she said that, everyone was in an uproar. One of the 4 great fairies, the painting immortal, already had someone she fancied. This was explosive news that would even cause discussions in the entire 9-firmament immortal domain. Fairy Mo Qing's face turned pale instantly as she clenched her fists instinctively. She glared at Meng Yao with her beautiful eyes. It was clear that she was extremely angry. Su Zimo cursed internally. This zither immortal was way too vicious. Regardless of whether or not Fairy Mo Qing had such a relationship with Yang Ruoxu. Even if there was, it was the most secretive matter between the two of them. Now that Meng Yao suddenly exposed it, the consequences for Yang Ruoxu and Fairy Mo Qing would be extremely serious. Needless to say, Yang Ruoxu would have to deal with hostility and pressure. Fairy Mo Qing would also become the topic of gossip for countless cultivators. At that time, countless vicious words and filthy rumors would be splashed on Fairy Mo Qing. Furthermore, Su Zimo watched coldly from the sidelines. When he saw Yang Ruoxu and Fairy Mo Qing's reactions, it did not seem like there was such a relationship. Meng Yao was setting up a vicious plot. She wanted to destroy the painting immortal with a few words. Chapter 2141, 2141 The Terror of Words. 2141 The Terror of Words. Within the carriage. The plain-robed woman frowned and suddenly said, Meng Yao has such a vicious mind. To think that she would want to destroy Mo Qing's reputation and Dao heart. As one of the 4 great fairies, Mo Qing is ranked alongside you. She shouldn't be defeated so easily, right? The girl could not believe it. The plain-robed woman said, among the 4 of us, Fairy Mo Qing is the quietest and doesn't like to fight. She's immersed in the Dao of painting and is relatively simple-minded. Meng Yao's words are indeed vicious and will hurt her immensely. The girl was still skeptical as she shook her head. How can a few mere words hold such power? You're too young and haven't left the palace much. You don't know the dangers of the outside world. The plain-robed woman said, although Meng Yao only said a few words, you have to understand that there are millions of cultivators and mouths here. Before long, this matter will spread through the entire divine firmament mainland and even the 9 firmament. At that time, countless mouths will be talking about this matter. A crowd's mouth can melt metal and destroy bones. At that time, countless rumors will spread in divine firmament mainland. The power of human words is much more terrifying than you can imagine. The girl frowned. But Meng Yao's words are baseless. Would anyone believe her? Isn't it normal for fellow sect mates to help one another? The plain-robed woman sighed gently. Rumors are always easier to spread than the truth. The girl was even more puzzled. Which do you think will bring about more attention? The fact that the painting immortal stood in to help a fellow sect mate or her having someone she fancies? The plain-robed woman asked instead. Naturally, the latter, the girl replied. The plain-robed woman nodded and said, most of the time, people only believe in what they want to believe and don't care about the truth. Rumors stop at wise men. However, there aren't many wise men in this world after all. Pausing for a moment, she sighed gently. Meng Yao's insight into the human heart is way too terrifying. She's trying to make use of everyone's mouths to destroy Fairy Mo Qing's reputation. In midair. Bullshit. Fairy Mo Qing was furious, but she did not know how to explain things right away. She did not want to explain either. Meng Yao's words were way too ridiculous. How could anyone believe her? But soon, Fairy Mo Qing realized that Meng Yao's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples and caused a huge reaction in the crowd. Many cultivators were already looking at her with strange gazes. Meng Yao, aren't you way too vicious to want to destroy senior sister Mo Qing's reputation? Although Yang Ruoxu was only a heaven immortal, he could not help but shout at Meng Yao. Fu. Meng Yao was not angered and said with a smile, why? The 2 of you can do it, but you won't allow others to speak about it? I know Sister Mo Qing's character the best. She stands aloof from worldly affairs and spends her days drawing flowers, birds, fish and insects. Why would she suddenly appear here? The only explanation is that someone met with danger here. Furthermore, this must be someone who could ever sacrifice everything and come over. The moment Sister Mo Ching arrived, she began to heal you. It's clear how much she cares about you. Nonsense. Mo Ching's body trembled slightly. She was obsessed with painting and did not like fuss. Therefore, she rarely interacted with others. The reason why her reputation grew was because every now and then, she would create paintings that experts of the upper world would fight for. She had no experience in dealing with the situation before her and did not know how to defend herself. I thought that the painting immortal was some pure and innocent fairy. So, she has human needs as well. It's no wonder why Yang Ruoxu is here to host the immortal sex selection despite his unknown background. In my opinion, it might be because of the painting immortal. She can't be considered as the painting immortal anymore, right? Now that she's Dao companions with someone else, she would be removed from the 4 great fairies. Right, do you guys think that the painting immortal and Yang Ruoxu had, hee? The crowd was noisy and the content of their discussions was getting more unbearable. Although some cultivators felt that it was not the truth because the painting immortal did not admit to anything during this period of time, it was useless, they were drowned by the other voices before long. This was the state of the rumor in Coiling Dragon Mountain Range alone, who knew what would happen when it spread further. Meng Yao smiled calmly and was smug internally. The impact of this matter would last for a long time. Even if Fairy Mo Ching could stabilize her Dao heart, her reputation would be completely destroyed and she might not even have a chance to break through in the future. That was not important. Most importantly, for Meng Yao, from this day forth, one of the 4 great fairies was gone. That meant one less opponent for her. If she had the chance, she would even want to destroy the other 2 fairies as well. It would be best if there was only a single fairy in Divine Firmament mainland that countless cultivators admired, the Zither Immortal. Ha 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 ha. Right then, a burst of laughter sounded from midair. It was extremely loud and penetrated the clouds, even drowning out the discussions of many cultivators. Everyone looked over instinctively. Su Zimo was holding his belly and laughing non-stop, as though he had discovered the funniest thing in the world. If not for that laughter, almost everyone would have forgotten about him. Everyone, do you know why Prince Yuanzhua is chasing after me? Su Zimo retracted his smile and asked mysteriously. The crowd fell silent once more as many cultivators waited for Su Zimo to continue. Su Zimo said, "That's because I discovered the greatest secret of Prince Yuanzhua, or rather, the royal family of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom." What nonsense are you talking about? Prince Yuanzhua barked coldly. Su Zimo sneered internally and continued, Prince Yuanzhua and Zither Immortal Meng Yao have already secretly become Dao companions and have had an illicit affair since a long time ago. The place fell into an uproar. This news was even more shocking. Even if the prince and princess were of different mothers, this was the greatest scandal of the Great Jin royal family. To hell with you. Prince Yuanzhua was so angry that his face was green as he cursed. The smile on Meng Yao's face froze as well. Su Zimo said, "If that's not the case, why would Prince Yuanzhua travel thousands of kilometers and even lead more than 100 execution guards to kill me? Given Prince Yuanzhua's current status, how can he activate perfected immortals? And now, not only has perfected immortal Jing Yu appeared, even Fairy Meng Yao is here. It's obvious why." Su Zimo sneered, "Why? You want to kill me because you're more powerful when you join forces as both siblings and husband and wife?" Within the carriage, the plain-robed woman could not help but burst into laughter. Uncontrollably, she shook her head. This Su Zimo sure has a sharp tongue. Princess, could he be telling the truth? The girl was stunned by Su Zimo and asked instinctively. "Dear child, how is that possible?" The plain-robed woman shook her head gently and said helplessly. Pausing for a moment, she said, "However, after this fiasco created by him, the impact on Fairy Mo Qing has diminished significantly. Chapter 2142 Picturesque Reality. 2142 Picturesque Reality. Many cultivators felt that Su Zimo's words were truly ridiculous. But soon, they realized that it was the same for zither immortal Meng Yao's remarks towards Fairy Mo Qing. At the end of the day, neither party had any evidence and merely accused with empty words. "And, how dare you try and ruin my reputation? Die!" Enraged, Meng Yao attacked and released a supreme divine power. She extended her slender finger and swiped in Su Zimo's direction through the void. A black line appeared in front of Su Zimo, emitting the aura of death as though it wanted to tear him into pieces. Supreme Divine Power, Death Slice. This was a supreme divine power that could only be comprehended after cultivating the Great Ripping technique to its limits and was extremely violent. Meng Yao's jade finger streaked through the void. At the same time that she released the supreme divine power, a faint sound echoed from the void, as though something was sliced. That sound possessed a strange power. Even the many cultivators far away from the battlefield felt uncomfortable when they heard that voice, as though every single inch of their flesh, bones and organs were being torn apart. That supreme divine power was infused with the sound domain killing technique that Meng Yao was well versed in. Even against a grade 6 Earth immortal, Meng Yao did not hold back at all. Her killing intent was cold and she wanted to kill Su Zimo with a single strike. She had long forgotten about wanting to hunt down Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo. Su Zimo's words had enraged her completely. As the zither immortal, in Divine Firmament Mainland, she was respected by countless cultivators as a fairy and revered like a god. Like a moon surrounded by stars, she had never suffered such slander and humiliation. Furthermore, the person who spoke was only a grade 6 Earth immortal. Swoosh! A figure blocked in front of Su Zimo and waved her sleeves, releasing a supreme divine power. Instantly, majestic mountains and rivers appeared before everyone's eyes. The clouds were billowing and it was beautiful like a painting. Picturesque reality. Within the carriage, the plain-robed woman murmured. "What?" the girl asked instinctively. The plain-robed woman said, "This is a supreme divine power comprehended by Fairy Mo Qing when she was obsessed in the Tao of painting in the past. She's the only one who can release this supreme divine power." The painting blocked the black thread of death conjured by Meng Yao. The two supreme divine powers collided with a shuddering sound. Right in front of everyone, even such a beautiful painting seemed like it could not withstand the killing power of Death Slice. Cracks appeared on the painting in a shocking manner. Shing! Before long, there were too many cracks on the painting and it shattered. The black thread of death gradually dissipated as well. Fairy Mo Qing retreated a few steps with a grim expression. In the clash of divine powers, zither immortal Meng Yao had the upper hand. Humph! Meng Yao's expression was cold as she mocked, "Mo Qing, I can understand if you're angry with me because of your Tao companion, Yang Ruoxu. However, that ant is only a grade 6 Earth immortal and has never joined Heaven and Earth Academy. Why are you still so protective of him? I don't want to argue with you, my conscience is clear." Fairy Mo Qing said. "Foo-foo." Meng Yao smiled and slapped her storage bag, summoning an ancient zither. "Mo Qing, given your capabilities, how many of my zither sounds can you defend against?" Meng Yao held the zither with one hand and her other hand had its fingers on the strings, ready to pluck at any moment. The cultivators were shocked. A fight between the two fairies and the possibility of a huge battle breaking out was definitely going to cause a huge stir in Divine Firmament Mainland. Within the carriage, the girl could not stand Meng Yao's overbearingness and was naturally on Fairy Mo Qing's side. She said with a worried expression, "I heard that the painting immortal is the weakest among the 4 great fairies. If the zither immortal were to attack with her full strength, she might not be able to defend against it." The plain-robed woman shook her head gently. "Not necessarily." Right then, on the battlefield, Fairy Mo Qing touched her glabella gently with her jade-like finger and took out an ancient book from her consciousness. She flipped it open rapidly and revealed a page. On the page, there was a divine dragon with towering horns, scales all over its body and sharp claws. It was lifelike and emitted endless killing intent. Fairy Mo Qing tore the page off and held it in her palm, glaring at zither immortal Meng Yao coldly. Meng Yao frowned and glared at the page of drawing and the ancient book in Fairy Mo Qing's hands with a hint of fear in her eyes. "Princess, what's that in the hands of the painting immortal?" The girl could not help but ask. The plain-robed woman said, "That's her painting book and she won't use it casually. The painting immortal is extremely talented in the Tao of painting. She can depict everything she has seen, be it flowers, trees, birds, beasts, or even divine dragons and other races." "That doesn't seem like much, right?" The girl was puzzled. "There are many painters in the upper world who can do that." The plain-robed woman shook her head and explained, "Not only can she draw their forms, Fairy Mo Qing can infuse the divine charm and dharmic Tao of all living beings into them. It can take thousands or even 10,000 years to complete that painting of the divine dragon. It takes so long just to draw a painting." The girl stuck out her tongue in shock. The plain-robed woman said, "That's right. Every single painting of hers is infused with the divine charm and dharmic Tao of the living being. After painting, she will summon the painting and the living being in it will descend once more and appear in the world. Its combat strength will be almost the same as what she has seen." "Ah!" the girl exclaimed. That was way too amazing. Notwithstanding the fact that the living beings in the painting could descend once more through the painting immortal's hands, they could even release powerful combat strength. The plain-robed woman said, "Of course, there's a huge restriction to such methods. For example, the stronger the living being, the longer it takes for the painting to be completed and the greater the effort required. Furthermore, once this painting is torn from the painting book, it doesn't matter if the living being in the painting eventually descends, the painting paper will be rendered invalid." The girl understood. In other words, each of Fairy Mo Qing's paintings could only be released once. The plain-robed woman said, "Therefore, if the painting immortal is angered in a life and death battle and releases all the living beings in her painting book, even the three of us with our combined strength will have to avoid her, let alone zither immortal Meng Yao alone." Fairy Mo Qing tore off this painting paper to express her determination to Meng Yao. If Meng Yao really wants to attack, Fairy Mo Qing might fight against her at all costs. In reality, it was as the plain-robed woman had expected. After Fairy Mo Qing tore off the drawing paper from the book, Meng Yao had already thought of retreating. More importantly, after she exerted pressure on Heavenly Abyss earlier on, the latter had already sent a message to his sect. If the chess immortal knew about this, she would definitely rush over as well. At that time, she would be in a dilemma and things might get out of hand. Chapter 2143, 2143 Settled Dust. 2143 Settled Dust. "Princess Meng Yao, let me help you." Perfected immortal Jing Yu stood out. However, the moment he moved, he felt a chill envelop him. The ice butterfly circled around Fairy Mo Qing and glared at him with strong hostility, emitting a cold aura. He had some grudges with this ice butterfly in the past. Right now, the ice butterfly had already targeted him. If a huge battle were to break out, it would already be extremely fortunate if he could break free from the ice butterfly, let alone help the zither immortal. Clang! Suddenly, Meng Yao smiled and plucked the strings gently with her fingertips. However, there was no killing intent. Instead, it was pleasant to the ears like the sound of flowing water. The tension on the battlefield dissipated significantly. "Since you're so insistent, Sister Mo Qing, I won't fight you." Meng Yao smiled gently. "We've known each other for many years. There's no need for us to fight over such a small matter and become a joke. However, although you can protect the two of them for now, you can't protect them forever." With that said, Meng Yao put away her zither and turned to leave. Since it was useless to stay here, there was no need to waste time. There was still a long way to go. The grudge today had already been formed and there would definitely be a chance to kill Yang Ruoxu and Su Zimo in the future. Prince Yuanzhua was indignant. When Meng Yao appeared, her might was unparalleled and everyone avoided her. They almost managed to capture Su Zimo alive. Unexpectedly, the situation stabilized once more after the arrival of the painting immortal. Now, even Meng Yao was about to leave. Meng Yao's departure meant that no one could stop Su Zimo from joining Heaven and Earth Academy. At that time, with the backing of Heaven and Earth Academy, it would be 100 or 1,000 times more difficult for him to attack Su Zimo. Sister Meng Yao, are you leaving just like that? Prince Yuanzhua could not help but call out, Su Zimo is extremely detestable. He actually slandered us and said that the two of us had. Shut up. Meng Yao's expression darkened as she hollered. Waving her sleeves in reverse, she struck Prince Yuanzhua on the chest. Bang! The terrifying power of a perfected immortal's attack caused Prince Yuanzhua's body to explode instantly, turning into a blood mist. Many cultivators were dumbfounded when they saw that. Nobody expected Zither immortal Meng Yao to be so ruthless to her younger brother. That tremendous power that destroyed Prince Yuanzhua's body was even enough to kill his essence spirit. At the side, perfected immortal Jing Yu's expression changed starkly as he hurried to save Prince Yuanzhua's essence spirit. The loss of the physical body was not fatal for heaven immortals. As long as there was a drop of blood, his body could be reconstructed. However, the destruction of an essence spirit was equivalent to death. Princess, please calm down. Perfected immortal Jing Yu looked at Meng Yao, who had a cold expression, and said hurriedly, His Highness Yuanzhua was unrestrained in his words and indeed deserves punishment. However, no matter what, he's still the son of King Jin. Please show mercy, princess. Although Prince Yuanzhua's essence spirit was saved by perfected immortal Jing Yu, he was completely stunned at that moment. The reason why he said that earlier on was because he wanted to agitate Meng Yao further so that she could continue attacking, even if it meant fighting the painting immortal. However, he could not understand why Meng Yao nearly killed him because of that sentence. Su Zimo was the one who said that. Even if she wanted to kill, Meng Yao should have dealt with Su Zimo. Why would she look for him? Although Prince Yuanzhua was at a loss, as a bystander, Su Zimo understood everything clearly. Meng Yao had two motives for doing this. Firstly, it was to vent her anger. She did not manage to achieve her goal when she arrived this time round. Instead, she was slandered by Su Zimo. Naturally, she was pissed and had nowhere to vent the anger in her heart. Secondly, she wanted to prove her innocence. Since Su Zimo said that she was involved with Prince Yuanzhua, she would kill him and use the blood of her younger brother to prove her innocence. Through his two interactions with the Zither immortal, Su Zimo had a rough judgment of Meng Yao. Although this fairy looked beautiful on the surface, she was truly vicious on the inside. She did not care about the lives of others, even her younger brother. She could resort to any means to achieve her goals. How ruthless. Prince Yuanzhua was almost beaten to death. I reckon that the two of them are definitely not Dao companions. Otherwise, how could she be so ruthless to her Dao companion? The crowd discussed. When Meng Yao saw that she had achieved her goal, she could not be bothered to attack anymore. She turned to look at Fairy Imo Qing, Yang Ruoxu and Su Zimo before turning to leave. Fairy Imo Qing's expression softened and she heaved a sigh of relief. She truly did not want to fight or kill anyone. She liked solitude and was aloof from worldly affairs to begin with. There was another reason why she was here. Within the carriage, the girl patted her chest gently. That fierce woman is finally gone. To think that she's the Zither immortal. She's more like a female Yiksha. What rights does she have to be ranked alongside you, princess? Tui. Feeling indignant, the girl spat fiercely. The plain-robed woman smiled. Her Zither skills are indeed decent. She was implying that apart from her Zither skills, there was nothing worth mentioning about the Zither immortal. Right. Suddenly, the girl thought of something and asked again, Princess, the painting immortal is so powerful. If she sees a person, can she also draw the person and infuse his dermic Tao and divine charm into it? She'll be quite scary if that's the case. If she sees you, won't she be able to draw a clone of you whose strength is comparable to yours, Princess? No. The plain-robed woman shook her head gently. I heard that fairy Mo Qing draws flowers, trees, birds, beasts, mountains, rivers and all living beings. However, she never drew human figures. Huh? Why? The girl's eyes widened in confusion. I don't know either. After pondering for a moment, the plain-robed woman said, perhaps there's no one whom she deems befitting of art. Or perhaps, the human heart is way too complicated and difficult to portray. You can't judge a book by its cover. The girl murmured softly and fell into deep thought. In midair, Prince Yuanzhua had already used blood to reconstruct his body. Even so, Meng Yao's attack earlier on had destroyed more than half of his bloodline and he had lost a lot of blood qi. He would have to recuperate for a long time in the future before he could recover. Prince Yuanzhua glared at Su Zimo fiercely, wanting nothing more than to devour him alive. He was way too aggrieved. First, he received a mysterious letter. Thereafter, he made sufficient preparations to ensure that nothing went wrong and arrived here with more than 100 execution guards. However, he did not expect them to be completely annihilated. Even he was almost beaten to death by his sister personally. He had already become a joke. It was all because of Su Zimo. Your Highness, let's head back. When perfected immortal Jing Yu saw that Prince Yuanzhua was still filled with killing intent, he could not help but send a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Now that the painting immortal is presiding over the situation and Princess Meng Yao has already left, there's no way we can take Su Zimo away with just us. There's still a long way to go. There will definitely be a chance to deal with this lad in the future. Prince Yuanzhua also knew that perfected immortal Jing Yu was not wrong. He could only swallow all the grievances and anger in his heart. Let's go. Prince Yuanzhua grit his teeth. Perfected immortal Jing Yu cupped his fists towards Fairy Mo Qing before leaving with Prince Yuanzhua and Lone Star, disappearing into the horizon before long. Chapter 2144, 2144 Joining the Academy. 2144 Joining the Academy. Prince Yuanzhua, the storm in the immortal sect selection gradually calmed down. Yang Ruoxu heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was a grade 9 heaven immortal, he was only a step away from death earlier on. If Fairy Mo Qing had not arrived in time, he would have been killed by Zither immortal Meng Yao. Of course, Yang Ruoxu was puzzled as well. From what he knew, senior sister Mo Qing was indeed quiet and aloof from worldly affairs. She was often in seclusion painting on her main peak and rarely appeared. He had never heard of her getting too close to anyone. He had joined the sect for tens of thousands of years and had only seen senior sister Mo Qing a few times from afar during this period of time. He did not have the chance to interact with her, let alone speak to her or even befriend her. Fairy Mo Qing's actions today were indeed strange. Of course, Yang Ruoxu did not think too much about it. He merely thought that Fairy Mo Qing had helped him because she happened to pass by and saw that her fellow sect mate was in trouble. Thank you for your help, senior sister Mo Qing. Yang Ruoxu bowed respectfully to Fairy Mo Qing. Su Zimo stood out as well and bowed to Fairy Mo Qing. Thank you, Fairy Mo Qing. No matter why Fairy Mo Qing appeared and fought against Zither immortal Meng Yao, he should be grateful that she saved his life. Fairy Mo Qing had an indifferent expression and did not say anything. She merely nodded and did not look at the two of them anymore. Suddenly, she sensed something and her gaze shifted to an ordinary carriage in the crowd. Amazing. The plain-robed woman could not help but praise internally. Princess, the painting immortal seems to have discovered us. The girl was surprised. Ever since Fairy Mo Ching appeared, the plain-robed woman had not appeared and there was no activity in the carriage. To think that Fairy Mo Ching would discover them right away in a crowd of millions. As the painting immortal, Fairy Mo Ching's eyesight is naturally extremely strong. If not for that skill, how could she capture the dermic Tao and divine charm of all living beings in the world? The plain-robed woman said softly. She smiled gently and nodded in the direction of Fairy Mo Ching through the curtain of the carriage. Fairy Mo Ching nodded in return. Yang Ruoxu turned around and looked at the 100 people selected from the immortal sect selection. The immortal sect selection will continue. Su Zimo, are you willing to join Heaven and Earth Academy? Hold on. Right then, Heavenly Abyss suddenly spoke and looked at Su Zimo. Earlier on, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect was forced to withdraw because of the circumstances. I've already reported this matter to the sect and experts of the sect will arrive soon. Mountain Sea Immortal Sect is willing to recruit you. Imperial Wind Temple can agree to recruit you too, Su Zimo. Heaven Immortal Green Peak stood out hurriedly as well. Yang Ruoxu sneered. Indeed, there was nothing much to say when the two of them were forced to retreat by Meng Yao earlier on. However, the fact that they came back now to try and steal Su Zimo was rather shameless. Only, everyone could read the situation and Yang Ruoxu could not be bothered to expose them. In the end, it still depended on Su Zimo's choice. Thank you for your kind intentions. Almost without hesitation, Su Zimo cupped his fists towards Heaven Abyss and Heaven Immortal Green Peak before saying, I'm willing to join Heaven and Earth Academy. Initially, he was indeed inclined towards Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. That was because on the Dragon Abyss Star, he had conflicts with 3 perfected immortal experts of Flying Immortal Sect, Heaven and Earth Academy and Imperial Wind Temple. However, earlier on, it was because of Yang Ruoxu's persistence and Fairy Mo Ching's timely appearance that he was able to survive. If he were to enter Mountain Sea Immortal Sect now, wouldn't he be an ungrateful person? Heaven Abyss sighed gently with a regretful expression. Yang Ruoxu's expression softened as he nodded to Su Zimo. Come over and stand behind me. Su Zimo obeyed and stood in the camp of Heaven and Earth Academy. At that moment, he truly felt at ease. After ascending to the upper world, the environment he was in was extremely cruel and dangerous. It was always filled with danger and he could die at any moment. Now that he had Heaven and Earth Academy backing him, he could cultivate openly. No matter how strong Prince Yuan Zuo was or how powerful the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom was, they would not dare to capture him at Heaven and Earth Academy. From this day forth, anyone who wanted to bully the young with their cultivation realm would have to think about Heaven and Earth Academy backing him. When Fairy Mo Ching saw that nothing was wrong, she did not bid farewell to everyone and turned to leave with the ice butterfly, disappearing into the horizon before long. We should leave too. Within the carriage, the plain-robed woman said softly. Princess, aren't you going to stay to see which immortal sect Prince Yunlei will join? The girl said, Princess Scarlet Rainbow is next. After her is Prince Yunlei. Him? The plain-robed woman shook her head gently, seemingly uninterested, and said casually, I don't know which immortal sect he will join, but it definitely won't be Heaven and Earth Academy. Why? The girl asked. The plain-robed woman did not explain and her spirit consciousness moved, controlling the carriage to leave the place as well. In midair. The second person with the most number of coiling dragon badges was Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's talent and potential were equally terrifying. If not for Su Zimo, this princess would have been the first person recruited by the 4 immortal sects with all their might. Of course, the 4 Heaven Immortals knew that Princess Scarlet Rainbow would most likely join Imperial Wind Temple. Flying Immortal Sect is interested. Heaven Immortal White Sea said in a deep voice. Mountain Sea Immortal Sect is interested. Heaven Abyss added. Heaven Immortal Green Peak chuckled. Fellow Taoists, to be fair, the speed of Scarlet Rainbow's movement technique is her greatest advantage. If she can join Imperial Wind Temple, she can maximize that advantage. There's no need for the 2 of you to fight. Imperial Wind Temple is the most suitable. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw Heaven Immortal Green Peak ramble on, she waved it off. Exalted Immortal, there's no need to say anything more. I want to join Heaven and Earth Academy. The smile on Heaven Immortal Green Peak's face froze and he swallowed his words with an awkward expression. The other 3 Heaven Immortals revealed surprised expressions as well. Scarlet Rainbow, are you sure? Heaven Immortal Green Peak frowned and asked in a deep voice, you should know that you can only unlock your potential completely after joining Imperial Wind Temple. Initially, I wanted to join Imperial Wind Temple. Pausing for a moment, Princess Scarlet Rainbow glared at the green-robed scholar in the Heaven and Earth Academy formation and smiled gently, revealing her petite canine teeth. However, I've changed my mind now. Heaven Immortal Green Peak harumphed coldly and said nothing more. Naturally, young Ruoxu was delighted and nodded slightly to Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Scarlet Rainbow, come over as well. Princess Scarlet Rainbow giggled and ran to the formation of Heaven and Earth Academy, standing beside Su Zimo. Little Earth Immortal, I told you that you won't be able to escape, right? Princess Scarlet Rainbow looked askance at Su Zimo with a crafty expression and sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. Su Zimo lowered his head expressionlessly, as though he had not heard anything. Humph, what are you acting cool for? Princess Scarlet Rainbow secretly extended her finger and poked Su Zimo's ribs. To think that the Green Lotus true body would be incomparably tough. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's poke nearly snapped her finger and she gasped in pain, almost crying out. Chapter 2145, 2145 Outer Sect Disciples. 2145 Outer Sect Disciples. The Immortal Sect selection continued and it was Prince Yunlei's turn. Although all 4 Immortal Sects wanted him, he pondered for a long time and chose Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. For Prince Yunlei, it did not matter which Immortal Sect he chose. The only thing he had to take note of was to avoid Heaven and Earth Academy. That was because Su Zimo had joined Heaven and Earth Academy. If he were to join the Academy as well, he would be suppressed by Su Zimo for a long time to come. That was difficult for him to accept. Prince Yunlei did not realize that he had subconsciously believed that he could not surpass Su Zimo. Without anyone interfering, the Immortal Sect selection was successfully completed and ended quickly. The 4 Immortal Sects left Coiling Dragon Mountain Range with the disciples they recruited this time round and returned to their sections. Although the Immortal Sect selection was over, many of the cultivators that lingered around Coiling Dragon Mountain Range were still unwilling to leave and discuss things. It was almost certain that before long, everything that happened in the Immortal Sect selection would spread through the entire divine firmament as quickly as possible. A grade 6 Earth Immortal who ascended from the lower worlds killed more than 100 execution guards. 2 of the 4 great fairies gathered and almost fought. The Painting Immortal might already have a Tao companion. Once spread, every piece of news could ignite divine firmament mainland. Many cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy were on a gigantic ship that traveled through the clouds. The ship was around 30 feet long and had 3 levels. Each level was exquisitely decorated with an ancient charm. There were all sorts of items in the cabins. Standing on the deck, Su Zimo welcomed the breeze and recalled his experiences of the past 3,000 years since his ascension, feeling sad. Both the human emperor and Dai Yu had once said that the environment of the upper world was extremely cruel. However, Su Zimo had not expected it to be so vile. Even with his talent and methods, he barely managed to survive till this point and had encountered countless dangers. If it was anyone else, it would be even more difficult. Many of his old friends in Tianhuang mainland had already ascended, but he did not know where they were. Su Zimo could not help but feel worried. It was especially so for ascenders with meek personalities such as Xiaoning, Tao Yao, and Little Fox, who knew what sort of hardships they would experience in the upper world. Of course, even if he was worried, there was nothing he could do about it. According to their different physiques, cultivation techniques and races, ascenders would ascend to different places. Even in the heavenly world, it was difficult for Su Zimo to find old friends who had ascended within the divine firmament immortal domain of the nine firmament immortal domain, let alone the entire upper world. The divine firmament immortal domain was way too huge. Given Su Zimo's movement technique, even if he did not encounter any danger or obstacles, it would take him dozens of years to cross the divine firmament immortal domain. Searching for someone in the divine firmament immortal domain was even more difficult than searching for a needle in a haystack. If nothing else held him back in the lower worlds, the martial Tao prime body would soon ascend as well. What are you thinking about? Right then, a crisp voice sounded from the side. Without turning back, Su Zimo knew that it was Princess Scarlet Rainbow of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Nothing much. Su Zimo replied casually. Oh. Princess Scarlet Rainbow continued, you ascended from the lower worlds. Why are you so powerful? Right, what was the divine power of the pair of golden wings you released previously? How was it so fast that you disappeared in a flash? Also, do you know myriad transformations? How can you change your appearance casually? The flame's secret skill you released was also very powerful. I'm well versed in many secret skills of fire too. You should know that the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom was founded on the Tao of Fire, right? In this aspect, even the four immortal sects can't compare to us. If you want to break through in the Tao of Fire, we can find an opportunity for you to head to the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom with me. I'll take you to the library in the palace to take a look. In the past few days, Princess Scarlet Rainbow would run to Su Zimo's side and chat with him. Su Zimo was extremely frustrated, but he could not say it explicitly. He did not chase Princess Scarlet Rainbow away and merely replied occasionally. Compared to Prince Yuanzhua and Princess Meng Yao, while this princess of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom was talkative and curious about everything, she was much better than the other two. There was no condescending aura around Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Although she knew that he was someone who had ascended from the lower worlds, there was no contempt in her eyes. Su Zimo gradually adapted to the nagging of Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Slowly, he could contemplate his own thoughts while listening to her ramble without being affected. Although he was out of danger, the uneasiness in Su Zimo's heart did not dissipate. He could not understand why Prince Yuanzhua would appear at the immortal sect selection. From the looks of it, Prince Yuanzhua clearly knew his whereabouts. Furthermore, Prince Yuanzhua knew what he looked like after transformation. How could this be? Everyone, Heaven and Earth Academy is up ahead. Right then, Yang Ruoxu's voice sounded. Su Zimo snapped out of his stupor and put aside the doubts in his mind for the time being. Prince Yuanzhua was probably the only one who could clear those doubts. Su Zimo looked over. At the end of the horizon, a series of mountain peaks appeared. Some of them towered into the clouds, towering and upright with countless vegetation and flowers growing on them. Amidst the flowers, majestic palaces rose one after another. If they were slightly closer, everyone would be able to hear a series of shocking explosions. On the many mountain peaks, 1,000-feet-long waterfalls poured down one after another. Similar to galactic rivers, they flowed into the lakes below, causing huge splashes that sounded like thunder. The galactic rivers fell and mist filled the air, forming auspicious clouds that floated among the mountains like a paradise. Su Zimo's eyes were filled with shock. Even though he had seen many sects and paradise lands, they were far inferior compared to the scene before him. Compared to the scene before him, the feng shui terrain of Astral Sect seemed a little shabby. More importantly, after entering this place, Su Zimo could clearly sense that the heaven and earth essence chi here was several times richer than outside. In other words, if he cultivated here, his speed would be many times faster than outside. It's no wonder why the 4 immortal sects and 3 immortal kingdoms are able to nurture so many paragons and monster incarnates. With such a cultivation environment and feng shui, one can cultivate with half the effort. Su Zimo sighed internally. Everyone. Yang Ruoxu looked at Su Zimo and the others. From this day forth, you guys will be outer sect disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy. This is where the outer sect of the Academy is located. Su Zimo was shocked. Despite the scene, this was merely a cultivation ground for outer sect disciples. What sort of a paradise awaited inner sect disciples and legacy disciples? Yang Ruoxu continued, I'll send you guys here. After you head down, an outer sect steward will receive you. There, you can collect your outer sect disciple badges. Of course, you guys can also choose some servants in the outer sect to help you deal with some trivial matters. Every outer sect disciple can choose 10 servants. As for anything else, the outer sect steward will tell you. Chapter 2146, 2146 10,000-year meet. 2146 10,000-year meet. Yang Ruoxu said in a deep voice, additionally, let me remind you guys. Although you've already surpassed most cultivators of the same cultivation realm after entering the academy, cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. You must not slack off at all. In about 1,000 years, the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain's 10,000-year meet will begin. All of you should have heard that as the name implies, the 10,000-year meet is a cultivation gathering held once every 10,000 years. At that time, many cultivators of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain will be gathered. At this 10,000-year meet, there will be the largest marketplace in 10,000 years with countless unique treasures gathered by the Paragon disciples of the major sects and factions. At that time, these Paragon disciples will have the most intense collision to fight for a spot on the Earth ranking. Su Zimo was enlightened. So, the fight for the Earth ranking was at the Immortal Tao meet that was held once every 10,000 years. There were many motives for such a gathering. On the one hand, it was to gather the paragons of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain and provide them a chance to make a name for themselves. On the other hand, it could also give many cultivators in seclusion a chance to exchange pointers. Yang Ruoxu said, the venue of the 10,000-year meet is different each time. Almost all of them are held in the regions of the 3 immortal kingdoms and 4 immortal sections. Apart from Divine Firmament Palace, only the 7 major factions could hold such a grand cultivation event in Divine Firmament Mainland. I know. Suddenly, Princess Scarlet Rainbow shouted and said smugly, the next 10,000-year meet will be held in our Yan-Yang Immortal Kingdom. That's right. Yang Ruoxu nodded slightly and continued, there are a total of 100 spots on the Earth ranking. The major sects and factions value the Earth ranking immensely, and it's the same for the Academy. On the one hand, it's a symbol of honor. On the other hand, the higher one's ranking on the Earth ranking, the greater the benefits they will receive. Apart from that, if any of the outer sect disciples of the Academy can enter the top 10 of the Earth ranking, they can join the inner sect in advance and enjoy the cultivation resources of the inner sect disciples even before they become heaven immortals. What cultivation resources do inner sect disciples have? Do they get more essence spirit stones? Someone in the crowd asked. Yang Ruoxu smiled gently. Outer sect disciples can receive 1,000 essence spirit stones a year. Internal sect disciples can receive 10 times that number. In other words, they can receive 10,000 essence spirit stones. Additionally, Yang Ruoxu paused for a moment before continuing, as an inner sect disciple, you also have a chance to collect essence spirit liquid. The crowd exclaimed. It seemed like essence spirit liquid was something that was extremely famous, but Su Zimo had never heard of it. Essence spirit liquid is purer and richer than essence spirit stones. There are extremely few impurities and it's easier to absorb and refine it. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw Su Zimo's puzzled expression, she sent a voice transmission secretly, a single drop of essence spirit liquid is comparable to 10,000 essence spirit stones. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. It was no wonder why Heaven and Earth Academy was a heaven-grade sect, they actually had such good stuff. If essence spirit liquid was coupled with the richer heaven and earth essence chi in the inner sect environment, one's cultivation speed would definitely increase by another level. Yang Ruoxu left a few more reminders before turning to leave. Su Zimo and the others descended and there was already an outer sect steward waiting below. The outer sect steward's surname was Chen and he was skinny. He was a grade 9 Earth immortal and looked at Su Zimo and the others coldly. Everyone had to collect a few items from Steward Chen. Identity badge. Upon receiving it, they had to carve their names on it. Su Zimo received the identity badge and rubbed his fingers gently. The identity badge was made from an unknown wood and was extremely tough and indestructible. Princess Scarlet Rainbow came to the side and whispered, "The material used for our identity badges is different from the inner sect disciples. Theirs are made from rare metals and can even be used as dermic treasures. I heard that the identity badges of legacy disciples are made of jade. If they wear it on their bodies all the time, it can even nourish their essence spirits." The academy did not have any uniform requirements for the attire of disciples and was more casual. Apart from the identity badge, there was also a manual with many rules of the sect as well as reward and punishment mechanisms. The first lesson for you guys after joining the academy is to memorize the sect's rules when you head back. Don't leave anything out. Steward Chen said coldly, "Don't regret it when you break the rules and are punished. All of you, listen up. I don't care what your identities were in the past. After entering the academy, you only have one identity, a disciple of the academy." It was clear that Steward Chen was trying to establish dominance among the newcomers. However, for Su Zimo and the others to be able to stand out in the immortal sect selection, all of them were paragons and had experienced countless bloodshed. Although they were respectful on the surface, they thought nothing of Steward Chen's words. Steward Chen sneered, "Don't blame me for not reminding you guys. In each batch of newcomers, there are always foolish ones. For light offenses, you might be stripped of your status as an outer sect disciple and be punished to become a servant. If it's serious, you might be kicked out of the academy or even killed on the spot." At that point, everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they gradually realized the gravity of the matter. Sensing the fear in everyone's eyes, Steward Chen looked satisfied. "I'll put it bluntly. If I catch any of you making mistakes, don't blame me for not taking our relationship into account. Of course, I don't have any relationship with you guys to begin with." With that said, he flicked his robes and turned to leave, leaving everyone with a skinny back view. Princess Scarlet Rainbow sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness, "Little Earth Immortal, you don't have to listen to his threats. There's an outer sect disciplinary elder. Even if anything happens, this steward won't be the one to enforce the rules. Most of these outer sect stewards were outer sect disciples in the past as well. However, they failed to break through to the heaven immortal realm even after cultivating for a long time. As such, they could only take on jobs such as stewards in the outer sect and rely on that status to exert dominance. There's nothing much to them." Su Zimo nodded. "Let's choose a few servants first so that they can help us with some trivial stuff." Princess Scarlet Rainbow pulled Su Zimo and wanted to take a look at the servants' area. Although she was a princess of the Yan-Yang Immortal Kingdom, she had just entered the academy and everything was new to her. She wanted to take a look around. "I don't need servants." Su Zimo shook his head. "Princess, go on your own." He intended to enter seclusion right away after joining the academy. There was still 1,000 years to the 10,000-year meet and time was relatively pressing. When he received the inheritance in Astral Sect, he had accumulated a large amount of heaven and earth essence chi in his body. He wanted to enter seclusion now to refine the heaven and earth essence chi. He wanted to raise his cultivation before the 10,000-year meet as soon as possible. He was the number one of the immortal sect selection. However, he might not have absolute confidence in the fight for the earth ranking if the difference in cultivation realm was too great. There was always someone better out there. For example, the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom already had a monster incarnate like Yunting. At the 10,000-year meet, the earth ranking would be ranked again and countless paragons and monster incarnates would appear. Chapter 2147, 2147 Seclusion. 2147 Seclusion. If you have servants, they can help you deal with many things. Princess Scarlet Rainbow said, "For us, we might be in seclusion most of the time. Outer sect disciples also get a spirit herb garden. Although it's not big, we need someone to take care of it. It's best to leave it to the servants. If there's any news or trivial matters, you can leave it to the servants. For example, the servants can collect the 1,000 Essence Spirit Stones distributed by the Essence Spirit Pavilion every year. Su Zimo flipped through the ancient book in his hands and pointed to one of the pages. It says here that the Essence Spirit Stones distributed by the Essence Spirit Pavilion each year can also be withheld temporarily and stored in the Essence Spirit Pavilion. I can collect everything at one go only when I need it. Princess Scarlet Rainbow asked, "What will you cultivate with if that's the case?" Su Zimo smiled and did not explain. Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, the dragon girl he encountered gave him a storage bag with 10 million Essence Spirit Stones. It was enough for him to cultivate for 3,000 years. At the very least, he would not lack Essence Spirit Stones for the next 1,000 years. He was the Green Lotus True Body, and there was a high chance that some phenomenon would be leaked when he cultivated. It was inconvenient to have servants by his side. Princess Scarlet Rainbow persuaded him for a while more, but Su Zimo rejected her politely and went straight to his residence. There were tens of thousands of outer sect disciples in Heaven and Earth Academy. Even so, the treatment of every outer sect disciple was better than inner sect disciples of other Earth or Black Grade sects. Su Zimo's residence was located at the foot of a beautiful mountain peak. Beside it was a waterfall that fell from the skies, forming a lake shrouded by clouds. The surroundings were filled with lush greenery. In fact, there were even squirrels and mystical demon beasts such as cranes roaming in the vicinity. The demon beasts were not afraid of humans. Even for ferocious beasts, they did not attack cultivators with identity badges of the academy. The residence of outer sect disciples was not simple either. There was a gigantic courtyard, rooms for cultivation, pill refinement and weapon refinement, as well as a resting place for servants. Outside the residence was a huge medicinal field where spirit herbs and immortal herbs could be planted at will. Su Zimo entered the courtyard and injected essence chi into his identity badge. The patterns on the identity badge suddenly shone brightly and entered every corner of the courtyard. Thereafter, the glow on the identity badge gradually faded. It was recorded in the sect manual that if someone stayed in the courtyard, there would be a distinct barrier and restriction. Without the owner's permission, cultivators of the same sect would not be able to barge in. Su Zimo entered the cultivation room and assumed a lotus position, letting out a long breath. Ever since he ascended, it was only at this moment that he had truly settled down. He no longer had to flee everywhere or worry that a calamity would descend upon him at any moment. As one's cultivation grew, the difficulty of cultivating would increase as well. If nothing unexpected happened in the next 1,000 years, Su Zimo had a chance of breaking through to the level 7 Earth Essence realm or even cultivating to the peak of a grade 7 Earth Immortal. Zi Xian Immortal Kingdom, Library. The plain-robed woman had already returned from coiling Dragon Mountain Range and was flipping through an ancient book. Before long, hurried footsteps could be heard coming from behind her. Without turning back, the plain-robed woman could guess who it was. In this library, this particular younger brother of hers was the only one who could be so unruly. Sister. I heard that there's news of Su Zimo. Before he arrived, a voice sounded, breaking the tranquility of the library. Frowning slightly, the woman turned around and saw a man with sharp brows and starry eyes striding over. There was a sharp glint in his eyes, and he had a domineering aura. It was the most famous monster incarnate of Divine Firmament Mainland in the past 100,000 years, Prince Yunting. When Yunting saw the anger on the woman's face, he quickly realized something and smiled embarrassedly, whispering, "Sister, don't scold me. I'll just lower my voice." Loud voices were not allowed in the library. Yunting had been lectured by his sister many times because of this. However, when he heard the news of Su Zimo this time round, Yunting was so excited that he forgot about it and ran over excitedly. The plain-robed woman's expression softened as she sized up Yunting. She nodded and said, "You've gained quite a bit from this seclusion. You've broken through to the Heaven Essence realm." "Of course. Don't you know who I am? Yunting raised his head and said proudly, what's Su Zimo's cultivation realm now? He must be many realms behind me by now, right? He's a grade 6 earth immortal now. In terms of cultivation speed, he's slightly inferior to you, the plain-robed woman said. Yunting chuckled. A grade 6 earth immortal? His cultivation speed is already very fast. However, against an opponent like me, he has no choice but to submit in the future. I'm not finished yet. You have nothing to be proud of. The plain-robed woman said, the reason why you cultivated faster than him is because you only specialize in the Sword Dao and inherited 2 secret classics of the Sword Dao. You possess such opportunities as well as the endless resources of our immortal kingdom. As for him, he can only depend on himself and was hunted constantly with his life in danger. Your starting points are different. It's hard to say who's better. If it was in a different environment, he might not be inferior to you. Yunting was indignant and was naturally upset. Just as he was about to argue, the plain-robed woman continued, furthermore, there's no need for cultivators to compete in cultivation speed. Also, you've cultivated too quickly in the Earth Essence realm and your foundation is unstable. There's a high chance that this will be a hidden ailment in the future. Yunting said, that's right, there's indeed no need to compete in cultivation speed. However, if I fight him again, he won't be a match for me. That's not for sure. The plain-robed woman shook her head. If you guys battle in the same cultivation realm, the outcome between you and him will be indeterminate. Impossible. Yunting waved his hand. When I was a grade 7 Earth Immortal, I defeated all the Earth Immortal experts of the 4 immortal sections. Although I did not take part in the fight for the Earth ranking, if I claimed to be the second strongest Earth Immortal, who would dare claim they're the first? What rights does Su Zimo have? The plain-robed woman smiled and recounted the events of the immortal sect selection. Yunting's eyes lit up when he heard that. There was no fear in them. Instead, the fighting spirit in his eyes intensified. When the plain-robed woman saw that, she nodded to herself. Her younger brother's defeat in the Emperor's tomb back then did not affect him. Instead, it tempered his Dao heart even more. The main reason why Yunting did not take part in the fight for the Earth ranking was because he was already publicly acknowledged as the number 1 Earth Immortal in the entire Divine Firmament mainland. When he was a grade 7 Earth Immortal, he could sweep through the 4 immortal sections. Who would be a match for him when he cultivated to become a grade 9 Earth Immortal? However, at that moment, Yunting felt a sense of regret. If he had known earlier, he would have suppressed his cultivation realm and made a breakthrough later. That way, he could fight Su Zimo again at the 10,000-year meet. Right now, he had already cultivated to the Heaven Immortal realm and could no longer take part in the fight for the Earth ranking at the 10,000-year meet. Suddenly, Yunting burst into laughter. It's fine, I'll wait for him at the Divine Firmament Immortal meet. At that time, I'll fight him for the Heaven ranking. Chapter 2148, 2148 Empty Tomb. 2148 Empty Tomb. Tianhuang Mainland, Tsanglang Mountain Range. In accordance to Ji Yaoshua's wishes, the martial Dao Prime Body buried her here. He did not leave and instead guarded her quietly for almost a year. Actually, for the martial Dao Prime Body, there was nothing worth longing for in the lower worlds. However, he did not leave. That was because there was something that he could not figure out. How did Ji Yaoshua die? Ji Yaoshua's talent was not extremely poor. On the contrary, she possessed a heaven spirit root right from the start of her cultivation and was definitely someone with exceptional talent. Even if her talent was extremely poor, the martial Dao Prime Body had given her countless treasures, immortal pills and elixirs through Tao Yao all these years. It could even be said that the martial Dao Prime Body had sought out all treasures that could possibly be found in the lower worlds for her to consume. With so many treasures, even a mere mortal with an ordinary body should have broken through to the void reversion realm in 3,000 years. However, Ji Yaoshua's cultivation remained stagnant. The strange thing was that although Ji Yaoshua's lifespan decreased day by day, her face did not show any signs of aging. What was the reason for that? For the past year, the martial Tao prime body guarded Ji Yaoshua's grave and pondered over all possibilities. Could Ji Yaoshua have been silently cursed by someone when she was alive? Suddenly, a thought flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body. That was indeed possible. The power of a curse was sinister and terrifying. It could indeed have such an effect. However, the witch race had long been destroyed by Daiyu. Where did a curse like this come from? Furthermore, he had checked on Ji Yaoshua's condition previously and did not discover anything unusual. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body landed on a tomb not far away. After pondering for a long time, he decided to open the tomb and check on Ji Yaoshua's corpse. Although this action was disrespectful to the dead, the martial Tao prime body would definitely not allow Ji Yaoshua to die without understanding why. Over the years, he had obtained many essence spirit stones from the god realm. Coupled with the Tao fruit of King Yunyu that he refined, he had already cultivated to the 8th level of the Fate Ring realm. Back then, he could not detect anything unusual. Now that his cultivation had advanced, he decided to check again. If there was truly anyone who casted a curse in secret to kill Ji Yaoshua, he would capture that person even if it meant death. The martial Tao prime body advanced and waved his robes, tearing through the mud on the tomb and revealing the coffin within. This coffin was created by the martial Tao prime body cutting down a stalk of soul-nourishing wood and could last for 10,000 years without rotting. The Mingwang prayer beads were made from the soul-nourishing wood. The martial Tao prime body extended his palm and curved his fingers. He grabbed gently through the void and lifted the lid of the coffin. The moment the coffin lid fell, the martial Tao prime body was stunned. Even with his temperament, his eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. How was that possible? The martial Tao prime body took a few more steps forward and took a deep breath. Closing his eyes, he focused his gaze. The result was the same. The coffin was empty. Ji Yaoshua's corpse had vanished. The only thing left in the coffin was the robe that Su Zimo had made for her. It was so old that it was almost pale now. However, Ji Yaoshua's corpse was gone. The martial Tao prime body had not expected such an outcome after opening the coffin. Ji Yaoshua passed away right in front of him and he buried her here personally. For the past year, the martial Tao prime body had not left her side at all. There was no way anyone would take away Ji Yaoshua's corpse. However, the truth before him was that Ji Yaoshua's corpse had vanished right under the nose of the martial Tao prime body. In fact, he did not even notice it. The martial Tao prime body walked forward and picked up the clothes in the coffin. There was still a faint fragrance lingering on the clothes. The martial Tao prime body put away the clothes and stood in deep thought. He had roamed countless worlds of the lower worlds and witnessed many strange and mysterious powers, but he could not explain what was happening before him. Initially, the martial Tao prime body wanted to unravel the mystery of Ji Yaoshua's death. However, he did not expect to fall into an even greater mystery. Heavenly Wolf. The martial Tao prime body summoned a drop of blood from his storage bag with a single thought. That drop of blood contained a spirit consciousness from the upper world. The martial Tao prime body knew that one day, he would ascend to the upper world. Therefore, he did not kill Heavenly Wolf. Instead, he kept it by his side for the time being and it might be of use when he ascended to the upper world in the future. Heavenly Wolf knew a lot. However, it was extremely stubborn and refused to reveal many things. After the martial Tao prime body controlled the karmic flames, tribulation fire, martial spirit fire and dragon phoenix flames and tortured him continuously, he gradually submitted. The origin of the hell suppression tripod was also revealed by Heavenly Wolf. Great Master, what can I do for you? The drop of blood in midair transformed into the appearance of a tiny wolf demon with a humble expression. It lowered its head towards the martial Tao prime body with a pandering gaze. Heavenly Wolf could not defend against the 4 flames of the martial Tao prime body and had already acknowledged him as its master. The martial Tao prime body recounted the disappearance of Ji Yaoshua's corpse before asking, "Do you know the reason?" Heavenly Wolf was confused as well. "I don't know either." Heavenly Wolf said, "If the corpse is decomposed, it will definitely leave traces in the coffin. Of course, it's impossible for the corpse to be moved from under your watch as well, Great Master." This matter did not involve any secrets and there was no need for Heavenly Wolf to hide anything. The martial Tao prime body did not use his flames to burn Heavenly Wolf either. He stood in front of the empty coffin and was silent for a long time before suddenly asking, "Is there reincarnation and the netherworld in the upper world?" "Yes." Heavenly Wolf replied immediately with a firm tone. "No matter what living being it is, after they die, they will enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and leave their marks in the netherworld. Some experts of the upper world can even leave their soul imprints after cultivating to level 3 of the perfected one realm. They will be able to pass through the 6 paths of reincarnation without their imprints being destroyed. If they are reborn in the future and guided into cultivation, they might even be able to awaken their memories of their previous life after reaching the perfected immortal realm." The martial Tao prime body nodded. In the years that the Green Lotus true body roamed the upper world, he had heard of some legends of reincarnated immortals, but he had not met them yet. To think that the conditions to become a reincarnated immortal were so stringent. It was only possible if their cultivation were at the perfected immortal realm in this current lifetime. There was naturally no way Ji Yaoshua could have any soul imprint after her death. However, as Heavenly Wolf had said, no matter what living being it was, they would leave traces in the netherworld after they died. One day, he should head to the netherworld to take a look. That was probably the only way he could resolve this mystery about Ji Yaoshua. The martial Tao prime body heaved a deep breath and waved his robes, burying the empty tomb as he murmured, "Let's go. It's time to leave." "Where to?" Heavenly Wolf asked. "The upper world." The martial Tao prime body replied. Chapter 2149, 2149 Fiend Domain. 2149 Fiend Domain. At the mention of the upper world, Heavenly Wolf's eyes shone with excitement. However, he retracted it quickly and the glint vanished. The martial Tao prime body put Heavenly Wolf back into his storage bag. In a corner of his storage bag, a silver light shone and he took it out with a single thought. It was a silver mask from the upper world and was also a treasure. Not only could it conceal one's appearance, it could also block the detection of others' spirit consciousnesses. Back then, Heavenly Wolf was stored in this silver mask and fell from the upper world with the hell suppression tripod. The martial Tao prime body pondered for a moment and wore the silver mask. The silver mask was as thin as cicada wings and covered most of his face. It did not affect his breathing at all and revealed a pair of deep eyes. He did not know where he would land for his ascension. Because the Green Lotus true body was hunted when he ascended, out of caution, the martial Tao prime body still intended to wear the silver mask. Furthermore, the Green Lotus true body had just established himself in the upper world. If the martial Tao prime body were to reveal his true appearance after ascending, it might create even more enemies for the Green Lotus true body and bring about unnecessary trouble. The figure of the martial Tao prime body rose slowly into the air and looked at the firmaments, releasing a perfected Mahayana realm spirit consciousness that triggered the heavenly tribulation. Now that the martial Tao prime body had cultivated to the level 8 fate ring realm, according to his calculations, he should have broken through from the earth immortal realm to the heaven immortal realm. At his cultivation realm, his control of his spirit consciousness was already superb. Over the years, in order to comprehend the power of the heavenly tribulation, he had even summoned it countless times and cultivated the tribulation fire. In the lower worlds, as long as one cultivated to the perfected Mahayana realm and released their spirit consciousness, they could trigger the descent of the heavenly tribulation. The martial Tao prime body was long used to such acts of deceiving fate. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, dark clouds filled the skies and lightning rumbled with a rampant might as the heavenly tribulation appeared. That scene attracted the attention of many Tianhuang mainland cultivators. Among them were some of Su Zimo's old friends such as Little Fatty, Leng Ro, Ji Qingtian, Solitary Cloud. Right in front of everyone, a purple-robed figure with a silver mask bathed in the power of the heavenly tribulation. His body was coiled with lightning that resembled an anaconda as he ascended slowly. The figure did not pause at all during its ascension. The apocalyptic heavenly tribulation was like an itch for this person. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation dissipated. The purple figure vanished at the end of the firmaments as well. This time round, he's truly gone. Leng Ro said softly. Everyone was silent and everyone had emotional expressions with a hint of sadness. Although they had known Su Zimo for a long time, not everyone could cultivate to the level of ascending to the upper world after thousands of years. In fact, some of them might not be able to ascend for the rest of their lives. Ji Qingtian said, everyone's fates are different and there's nothing we can ask for. I no longer have any regrets knowing Brother Su in this life. Let's cultivate properly. If 3,000 years won't do, we'll cultivate for 30,000 years. One day, we'll be able to ascend as well. Little Fatty was extremely optimistic and smiled. Who knows? By then, Bro might have already established a reputation in the upper world and we can seek refuge with him the moment we ascend. Everyone exchanged glances and smiled. The sadness in their hearts lessened significantly as they dispersed. The martial Tao prime body could not help but feel a tremendous suction force wrap around him and fly upwards. Initially, when he looked down, he could still see Tianhuang mainland beneath. As the distance between them increased, Tianhuang mainland became as insignificant as dust and eventually vanished from his line of sight completely. After an unknown period of time, the martial Tao prime body felt as though he had passed through a thin membrane. Suddenly, the environment changed and he was surrounded by faint heaven and earth essence qi. If he was not wrong, that thin membrane should be the barrier between the upper and lower worlds. The martial Tao prime body struggled slightly. Even with his level 8 fate ring strength that was comparable to a heaven immortal, he could not break free from the suction force that was restricting him. The martial Tao prime body passed through the sea of stars. A long time later, a large shadow appeared above his head and extended endlessly. Before he could react, his figure seemed to have entered a spatial tunnel. After the world spun, the figure of the martial Tao prime body stabilized. Another ascender has arrived. Including that person, we've already gathered 100 people. Capture that person and prepare to set off. The moment the martial Tao prime body stood still, a commotion broke out around him. He surveyed his surroundings. He stood in an area that resembled a sacrificial platform with rich heaven and earth essence qi surging around him. It was much richer than the boundaries between here and Tianhuang mainland. There were more than 10 cultivators standing around the sacrificial platform. All of them wore black robes and had ferocious expressions, emitting a strong blood stench. The martial Tao prime body swept his spirit consciousness. The cultivation of the cultivators varied, but they were all black immortals. Some of them were grade 7 and some were grade 8. The person with the highest cultivation was a grade 9 black immortal. Apart from his black robe, he wore armor and looked like the leader of the group. Not far away, 99 cultivators were kneeling. Every cultivator was covered in injuries and their faces were pale. Their eyes shone with fear and their cultivation realms were all grade 1 black immortals. From the looks of it, the 99 cultivators had just ascended. Hey, lowlife, what are you standing there for? Get the hell down. A grade 6 black immortal walked towards the martial Tao prime body and cursed. Which world is this? The martial Tao prime body opened his storage bag slightly and suddenly asked. This aura. Heavenly Wolf sensed carefully and his eyes lit up. This should be the fiend domain of the heavenly world. The martial Tao prime body nodded. The heavenly world was extremely vast and could be roughly divided into 3 regions. The 9 firmament immortal domain, pure land of bliss and the fiend domain were separated by the sacred tree. Although he and the Green Lotus true body had both ascended to the heavenly world, they were not in the same region and were too far away. Notwithstanding the 9 firmament immortal domain and the fiend domain, even within the 9 immortal domains, the Green Lotus true body would take dozens of years to cover given his current strength. Fiend domain. The martial Tao prime body was in deep thought. When the grade 6 earth immortal that walked over saw that the martial Tao prime body had yet to react, he could not help but laugh sinisterly and scold, "Ignorant thing, how dare you act cool in front of me?" Every ascender who had just arrived in the upper world thought that they were the paragons of the world. However, in their eyes, all the ascenders were fish on a chopping board that could be slaughtered at will. This person was prepared to teach the purple-robed man who had just ascended a lesson and make him suffer so that he could recognize reality. Among the kneeling crowd, an old man could not bear it and shouted, "Fellow Taoist, hurry and come down. Listen to orders lest you suffer an undeserved calamity." What undeserved calamity? The martial Tao prime body turned to look at the old man and asked indifferently. The old man sighed. "Young man, you've just ascended and don't know the situation yet. No matter what status you have in the lower worlds or how famous you are, you can only bow down and accept your fate when you ascend here. Do you see those corpses at the side? Those people were disobedient and were killed by them. Chapter 2150, 2150 all dead. 2150 all dead. Indeed, the surroundings of the sacrificial platform were filled with white bones. Some of the corpses even had fresh flesh on them and did not look like they had died for long. "Old thing, you sure are talkative." Another grade 7 black immortal raised the chain in his hands and whipped down heavily. Piak. Instantly, a bloody scar appeared on the old man's body and his flesh split open. The old man grunted and shuddered with a pained expression, not daring to say anything more. In that short period of time, the grade 6 black immortal had already arrived before the sacrificial platform. The person strode forward and reached for the silver mask of the martial Tao prime body, cursing, "How dare you wear a mask in the fiend domain? Take it off." Without even looking at him, the martial Tao prime body flicked his robes and whipped the grade 6 black immortal. Poof! The body of the grade 6 black immortal exploded on the spot, turning into a blood mist with his essence spirit destroyed. Everyone was silent. The black-robed cultivators were initially chatting merrily. When they saw that, their smiles froze on their faces. The 99 cultivators whose limbs were locked by chains and were kneeling on the ground were dumbfounded with shocked expressions. In their eyes, a cultivator of the upper world who was so strong that they could not resist was killed by a casual sleeve of this ascender. How was that possible? They were all ascenders. How could this person possess such immense power? They were not the only ones confused. The fiend domain cultivators of the upper world could not understand either and were stunned on the spot. The martial Tao prime body walked down the sacrificial platform slowly towards the dozens of people. Among everyone, the black-armored man in the lead was the first to react. He released his spirit consciousness rapidly and scanned the martial Tao prime body. However, that person was even more puzzled. Even with his spirit consciousness cultivation, he could not detect the cultivation realm of the ascender. How was that possible? There was no way a cultivator of the lower worlds who had just ascended could be at a higher cultivation realm than him. Could this person have cultivated some cultivation concealment technique? That must be the case. The black-armored man judged. In reality, even heaven immortals and perfected immortal experts whose cultivation realms far surpassed his would not be able to see through the cultivation realm of the martial Tao prime body, let alone him. The martial Tao was different from the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taos. The martial Tao prime body created an unprecedented path and created the fate ring realm, opening the secret ground in his body and releasing his potential. Even the martial Tao prime body had to verify with the Green Lotus true body to roughly deduce which cultivation realm the fate ring's secret ground corresponded to. How could anyone else detect it? Ascender, you had better behave yourself. The black-armored man sent a voice transmission secretly, and the dozens of black immortals beside him dispersed rapidly. They summoned their dermic treasures and surrounded the martial Dao prime body. This is the territory of Yellow Sand Palace. When the black-armored man saw that everyone had already formed an encirclement around the martial Dao prime body, he was relieved and sneered, "You must be tired of living to kill here. In the fiend domain, it's survival of the fittest and everything follows the laws of the jungle." Heavenly Wolf's voice sounded in the storage bag. Other places might be pretentious, but in the fiend domain, it's blood and killing. In this land, only the most ferocious and ruthless people can establish themselves. What's the grade of your Yellow Sand Palace? Suddenly, the martial Dao prime body asked. Black grade, of course. The black-armored man said proudly. But soon, a question arose in his mind. How could this ascender know the difference in grades between the sects and factions of the upper world? Before he could react, the martial Dao prime body pointed to the 99 ascenders kneeling on the ground beside him and asked, "What do you want them to do?" When ascenders of the lower worlds arrive in the upper world, they will naturally be enslaved by us for a period of time. The black-armored man said, "If you perform well, I can send you to the spirit field to be a spirit farmer and plant spirit herbs. It'll be easier. If you don't know what's good for you, we'll have to send you underground to mine." After the Green Lotus true body ascended to the upper world, he did spirit farming and mining. Although the martial Dao prime body had not experienced it personally, his two true bodies were telepathic. When he heard those two things, he felt a sense of resistance. Attack. Right then, when the black-armored man saw that the martial Dao prime body seemed to be in a daze, he ordered without hesitation. The black-robed cultivators who were already raring to go attacked one after another. They summoned their dermic treasures and flying swords and slashed towards the martial Dao prime body. The black-armored cultivator conjured immortal arts and divine powers hurriedly as well and released them. Body immobilization technique. Wind summoning. Thunder strike. Divine powers and immortal arts descended one after another. The martial Dao prime body ignored it and did not even dodge, allowing the many divine powers, immortal arts, dermic treasures and flying swords to descend on him. When they saw that, the ascenders kneeling on the ground could not bear it and averted their gazes. The old man who reminded the martial Dao prime body earlier on felt a sliver of hope when he saw that the latter was extraordinary. But now, he sighed gently. Even if this person had steel bones, he would be beaten to a pulp by so many cultivators. The black-armored man heaved a sigh of relief. Prior to this, he was still worried because he could not detect the cultivation realm of the martial Dao prime body. But now, there should be no more accidents. Even a grade 1 earth immortal might not be able to escape unscathed from such a ferocious attack. With that thought, many divine powers, immortal arts, dermic treasures and flying swords descended and rained down on the martial Dao prime body. Divine powers and immortal arts dissipated without causing any ripples. When all the dermic treasures and flying swords struck the body of the martial Dao prime body, tinkling sounds could be heard through his clothes. Right in front of everyone, the dermic treasures and flying swords shattered and turned into a dim pile of scrap metal that scattered on the ground. Pust. The black-robed cultivator's expression changed starkly as he gasped. What sort of methods were those? He resolved all the divine powers, immortal arts, dermic treasures and flying swords without moving? Escape. That was the only thought in the black-armored man's mind. Without hesitation, he turned and fled without even reminding the other cultivators. Bang! 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 The sound of flesh colliding behind him was shuddering. He could not help but turn back. On the battlefield behind him, an indiscernible purple figure galloped continuously. All the cultivators in front of the purple figure turned into blood mists without exception. They were all dead. The cultivators died before they could even scream. The black-armored man felt his legs go limp and he was scared out of his wits. Not daring to look further, he took a deep breath and fled for his life. As long as he could escape to the nearest spirit mine, he might be able to survive. There were many Earth Immortal experts guarding the spirit mine. An Earth Immortal expert could definitely kill this purple-robed cultivator. Before long, the sound of collision behind him disappeared and a faint blood stench wafted over with the breeze. The black-armored man did not dare to turn back. He was afraid that he would see that cold silver mask and those indifferent and deep eyes again. Chapter 2151, 2151 Spirit Mine Robbery. 2151 Spirit Mine Robbery. Feng'an was flustered. As a grade 9 black immortal of Yellow Sand Palace, he could be considered as a commander. He led his subordinates to guard this ascension sacrificial platform without any mistakes for tens of thousands of years. Cultivators who ascended from the lower worlds, regardless of race or what sort of living beings they were, would be suppressed by them and treated as slaves. Anyone who resisted would suffer the most cruel punishment and might even die on the spot. The upper world was not a paradise. It was even more so in this fiend domain that was filled with killing and blood. Countless corpses could be dug out from every single inch of land in the fiend domain. Every ascender was invincible in the lower worlds. However, in their eyes, they were as weak as ants and could be bullied at will. There had never been any changes throughout history. However, this time round, that natural order seemed to have been broken. Feng'an could not imagine how anyone who had just ascended could possess such a terrifying body. In fact, the purple-robed cultivator did not even use any other methods. He merely charged forward with his body and no one could defend against him. All the divine powers, immortal arts, dermic treasures and flying swords could not defend against that person's body. Feng'an fled for his life, not daring to turn back. He had already pushed his essence spirit to its limits and released all the methods to raise his movement technique. Perhaps it was because he fled too quickly or because the purple-robed cultivator was wary. He did not encounter any danger when he escaped to the nearest Yellow Sand Palace essence spirit mine. Feng'an's fear only eased slightly when he saw dozens of Earth Immortals of Yellow Sand Palace patrolling the vicinity of the essence spirit mine at the front. He mustered his courage and turned back. There was no one behind him. The purple-robed cultivator did not chase after him at all. He had been scaring himself the entire way. Feng'an, what are you doing here instead of guarding the sacrificial platform? A grade 2 Earth Immortal asked with a frown when he saw him. Why are you running? Why are you so flustered? What happened? Why are you so scared? Kong Yi, the commander of the spirit mine, walked over slowly and asked in a deep voice when he noticed the fear in Feng'an's eyes. At that moment, Feng'an was fleeing for his life. Be it his essence spirit or essence chi, they were both depleted and he was drenched in sweat. His face was pale and he looked like he was still in shock. Greetings, Senior Brother Kong. Feng'an gulped before replying. A purple-robed cultivator with a silver mask just ascended from the sacrificial platform. This person killed all my underlings the moment he ascended. Feng'an recounted everything he saw in detail. The dozens of Earth Immortals frowned when they heard that. This sounded like a fantasy. How could a cultivator of the lower worlds who had just ascended kill some high-level black immortals of Yellow Sand Palace? Everyone exchanged glances and sneered. Feng'an, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you know what happens when you spout nonsense and deceive exalted immortals in our Yellow Sand Palace? A few Earth Immortals hollered with cold expressions. Feng'an waved it off hurriedly. Senior brothers, what I said is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. What's the cultivation realm of the person you're referring to? Kong Yi asked indifferently. Feng'an hesitated for a moment. I couldn't detect his cultivation realm. Ha 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 ha. A series of laughter broke out from the crowd. A mocking look flashed through Kong Yi's eyes as well. Feng'an, there's only two possibilities right now. Either you're spouting nonsense or you've been struck by some illusion technique and everything you saw was an illusion. Feng'an wanted to speak but stopped. He wanted to explain but did not know how to start. In fact, he had doubts in his heart. Could he have truly fallen into an illusion and been deceived? Right then, Kong Yi suddenly asked, "The person you mentioned earlier wore a purple robe and silver mask?" "That's right." Feng An nodded instinctively. Thereafter, he noticed Kong Yi looking into the distance with a strange expression. Feng An turned around. That single glance almost scared him out of his wits. In midair far away, a purple-robed man strode through the void and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. "Senior brother Kong, that's him!" Feng An shouted. It was the martial Tao prime body. After he ascended to the upper world, his first goal was to collect a large number of cultivation resources such as essence spirit stones and essence condensation pills to absorb and refine so that he could break through to the level 9 Fate Ring realm as soon as possible. When he heard that there was an essence spirit mine nearby, he was prepared to snatch it. Due to the unique bloodline of the Green Lotus True Body and the fact that he was hunted by King Yunyu previously, his identity was sensitive. After ascending to the upper world, he had too many reservations and was restricted. After the Green Lotus True Body entered the Essence Spirit Mine, he did not dare to make any major moves and merely cultivated secretly beneath the mine. This was a different situation from the Green Lotus True Body. Nobody knew the identity of the Martial Tao Prime Body. Nobody knew who he was either. With the silver mask, the Martial Tao Prime Body was completely fearless. He asked Feng An what grade Yellow Sand Palace was so that he could judge what would happen if he snatched the Essence Spirit Mine. Yellow Sand Palace, a black grade faction. Typically, once one cultivated to the Heaven Immortal realm, they could establish a sect or faction at the black grade. Of course, the strength of every black grade sect or faction varied. For example, Astral Sect of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Sect Master Astral Rain was a grade 9 Heaven Immortal and there were many Heaven Immortal experts in the sect. These were the top-tier black grade sections. If the sect master or leader of a faction was only a low-level Heaven Immortal, their strength would naturally be much weaker. In a massive place like the Fiend Domain, there were countless factions like black grade and earth grade sections. In the territory of the Fiend Domain, conflicts broke out between major sects and factions almost all the time as they fought for cultivation resources. There was no order here and it was extremely chaotic. Some sects and factions might be destroyed within a few years after they were established. On the one hand, the Martial Tao Prime Body was here to snatch the Essence Spirit Mine. On the other hand, he wanted to test the power of the level 8 Fate Ring realm. "You were the one who killed our Yellow Sand Palace cultivators?" Kong Yi glared at the Martial Tao Prime Body with a sharp expression and asked slowly. "That's right." The Martial Tao Prime Body did not stop. "Alright, you're honest too." Kong Yi sneered and sent a voice transmission to the dozens of Earth Immortals around him. Just as he was about to attack, he said, "You sure are bold. Instead of escaping hurriedly after killing cultivators of Yellow Sand Palace, you even dare to come knocking. This Essence Spirit Mine belongs to me now." The Martial Tao Prime Body pointed at the Essence Spirit Mine not far behind him and said indifferently, as though he was describing something that was only right. "What are you talking about? How arrogant. You must have a death wish." Many Earth Immortals of Yellow Sand Palace were enraged and attacked before Kong Yi could give the order. Chapter 2152, 2152 Essence Spirit Mine Refinement. 2152 Essence Spirit Mine Refinement. Although the dozens of Earth Immortals had different cultivation realms, they released greater divine powers the moment they attacked. Dermic treasures tore through the air one after another, turning into dense spots of light that descended like a downpour. The Martial Tao Prime Body stood in midair with a deep gaze. He did not move at all and a series of explosions sounded from his body, as though he had broken free from some chain. With every boom, the aura of the Martial Tao Prime Body would increase. A purple halo would appear behind him. Pang! 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 In the blink of an eye, 6 purple halos appeared behind the Martial Tao Prime Body. 6 fate rings appeared and shone with a mysterious glow. Every single fate ring contained the Tao and Dharmic arts of the martial Tao prime body and was extremely shocking. Under the illumination of the 6 fate rings, the martial Tao prime body was like a god. His body shone with a divine light and was filled with purple qi. His might was torrential and could not be blasphemed. Kong Yi and the others were shocked, and they saw that. They had never seen the purple halos behind the martial Tao prime body before. This method and secret skill had already surpassed their imagination. Boom! 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 Instantly, many divine powers and Dharmic treasures descended and struck the martial Tao prime body like raging tides. The martial Tao prime body did not dodge or avoid, nor did he move. The 6 fate rings behind him trembled slightly and released purple halos, neutralizing all the attacks. The dozens of Earth immortals were alarmed. Kong Yi's expression was terrible as well. Even if he was in the same position, he might not be able to escape unscathed from such a ferocious attack. However, the mysterious purple-robed man before him blocked everyone's attacks without moving at all. The difference was too great. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body closed slightly as he sensed the power of the Earth immortal realm. With just this head-on clash, he had already roughly determined that the peak level 6 fate ring realm could take on a grade 5 Earth immortal head-on in terms of strength. The peak of the level 7 fate ring realm would be able to suppress all Earth immortal experts in terms of strength. After the martial Tao prime body did his calculations, he no longer wanted to get entangled with these Earth immortals. Take my punch as well. The martial Tao prime body opened his eyes and said indifferently. He strode forward and punched forward from more than 100 feet away. That single punch caused the world to change. Even Kong Yi, who was the furthest away and had the highest cultivation realm, felt an unimaginable terrifying aura sweep over after that punch, as though it wanted to drown him. That punch was way too terrifying. Without witnessing that punch personally, one would never be able to understand that feeling. It was as though no living being, divine power, secret skill or divine weapon in this world could defend against that punch. A tragic aura surged over and the dozens of Earth immortals turned pale. They felt suffocated and their bodies felt like they were about to explode. Escape. I can't defend against it. Many thoughts flashed through the minds of the dozens of Earth immortals. They did not even have the courage to resist. Boom. Boom. Heaven and earth rumbled. Instantly. The void before everyone seemed to be unable to withstand the power of that punch and caved in rapidly. The dozens of Earth immortals who attacked earlier on suddenly felt a tremendous suction force. They could not control their bodies at all and flew towards the sunken void. Everyone wanted to dodge but could not. Even Kong Yi, a grade 9 Earth immortal, approached the fist of the martial Tao prime body with a horrified expression. It was as though everyone was charging towards his fist with all their might. Dozens of Earth immortals fell into the sunken void. Immediately after, the punch of the martial Tao prime body descended. It was an apocalyptic power. Poof! There was a blood mist. Dozens of Earth immortals died with their essence spirits destroyed without exception. I'll give it my all. Kong Yi roared and slapped his storage bag, summoning all his divine weapons and Dharmic treasures to throw towards the fist of the martial Tao prime body. Crack! 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 All the divine weapons and Dharmic treasures shattered into dust. Kong Yi's eyes widened and he stood motionlessly in midair. His expression was dark and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. The martial Tao prime body had an indifferent expression as he retracted his palm and walked towards the essence spirit mine. After he brushed past Kong Yi, the latter's body exploded without a corpse left. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao prime body moved and collected the storage bags of Kong Yi and the others, putting away the essence spirit stones, major essence condensation pills and other cultivation resources. As for those divine weapons and Dharmic treasures, he was not interested at all. Even the Dharmic treasures of heaven immortals might not be able to hurt his body, let alone the Dharmic treasures of earth immortals. The martial Tao cultivated the body. Be it the 9 transformations of the martial Tao or the Fate Ring's secret ground, they were both constantly tapping into the potential of his body. The martial Tao prime body used his body as a furnace to nurture all sutras, smelt divine powers and open up a secret ground. Even the green lotus true body could not compare to his body. There were also some divine powers and cultivation techniques in those storage bags. The martial Tao prime body flipped through them casually and threw them away when he realized that they were not worth cultivating. He had smelted too many divine powers and read many ancient books in the Kunlun ruins of Tianhuang mainland. Later on, he roamed through a billion minor kiliocosms and read countless divine techniques in them. Although he had just ascended, his horizons were terrifying and far surpassed the earth immortals and heaven immortals of the upper world. The cultivation techniques of the lower worlds were mostly simple compared to the upper world. However, many divine powers were passed down into the lower worlds by chance. In Tianhuang mainland, there were the heaven and earth slaying sword arts. Right now, the most important thing for the martial Tao prime body was cultivation resources. There were hundreds of thousands of essence spirit stones in the storage bags, far from enough for him to cultivate. The martial Tao prime body entered the essence spirit mine directly. There were many ascenders underground who were still mining. Even if they heard the commotion above, they did not dare to go out and check. The martial Tao prime body killed the guard beneath casually and said in a deep voice, "The owner of this essence spirit mine has changed. Everyone in the mine can leave now." Although the voice of the martial Tao prime body was not loud, it spread to every corner of the essence spirit mine. Initially, many cultivators could not believe it. However, as time passed by, more and more cultivators walked out of the essence spirit mine and escaped from this place. In less than half a day, the essence spirit mine became empty and the ascenders left cleanly, leaving only the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body looked at the surrounding mineral veins and assumed a lotus position, channeling his blood qi. The figure of the martial Tao prime body became faintly visible and a gigantic furnace appeared on the spot. 4 balls of flames burned around it, as though they had formed 4 fire dragons that coiled around the furnace. In the blink of an eye, the furnace turned red and burned furiously. Under normal circumstances, there were many gravel impurities in the essence spirit mine that had to be excavated bit by bit. However, that was nothing to the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao furnace was incomparably domineering and had a terrifying intent that could even refine a world. Right now, the reason why the martial Tao prime body activated the martial Tao furnace was because he wanted to smelt the entire essence spirit mine. All the impurities would naturally be refined by the furnace. As for the heaven and earth essence qi in the essence spirit stone, it would be absorbed by the martial Tao furnace. Chapter 2153 Battling Yellow Sand Palace. 2153 Battling Yellow Sand Palace. Yellow Sand Palace, a black-grade faction. In the Fiend domain, there were countless sects and factions like that. The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace was not human. This was originally a desert where an expert of the Fiend domain died. The blood of this expert from the Fiend domain tainted the desert. Although he died, his blood still possessed a tremendous power. Under the nourishment of the expert's blood, a ball of yellow sand spirit was born in the desert. The yellow sand spirit made use of the blood of this expert from the Fiend domain and the inheritance left behind to cultivate carefully bit by bit. Before long, it entered the Tao and eventually gained accomplishments. It condensed a human body and established Yellow Sand Palace. Yellow Sand Palace had been established for more than 100,000 years. In the Fiend domain, there were not many black-grade sects that were more than 100,000 years old. Many black-grade sects and factions would be annexed by other sects and factions before long. Yellow Sand Palace was located at the borders of the Fiend domain and very few experts noticed it. That was the reason why it existed for so long. Up till this point of his cultivation, as the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace, the Yellow Sand Spirit Ball had already cultivated to the level 5 Heaven Essence realm. There was no living being in the area he ruled that could challenge his authority. Essence spirit mines were rare at such borders as well. There were only 3 essence spirit mines in the territory under his jurisdiction. This day, the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace was in seclusion and suddenly felt uneasy, as though something had happened. Why are there so few essence spirit stones during this period of time? The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace appeared as a middle-aged man. He wore a yellow robe and his face was gaunt and yellow. His skin was rough and his eyes were extremely sharp. He asked with a frown as he walked out. Behind him were more than 10 followers who were all Earth immortals. When his followers heard his question, they had strange expressions that were filled with shock and fear. Some of the followers wanted to speak but stopped. Why? Someone tampered with things in secret and even dared to steal essence spirit stones meant for my cultivation? The expression of the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace darkened as he asked coldly. A follower said hurriedly, "Palace Lord, you're truly sharp. Indeed, there are less essence spirit stones. However, it's not because anyone dares to steal your essence spirit stones. It's just that, there's a problem with an essence spirit mine." What can happen to an essence spirit mine? The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace pondered for a moment before his expression changed as he probed. Could an ancient living being have been dug out from the mine? It would be fine if it was a dead living being. If a living being that was alive was dug out, even he would have to choose to escape. Not really. A lackey said, that essence spirit mine was occupied by a mysterious purple-robed man. No one knows his cultivation realm or is his match. An external cultivator? The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace asked with a frown. The follower shook his head. No, I heard that he's an ascender who killed Kong Yi and the others. After occupying the essence spirit mine, he even released all the ascenders in the mine. Ascender? The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace felt slightly relieved. How strong could an ascender of the lower worlds be? However, why did this purple-robed man release all the other ascenders in the mine? When did this happen? The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace asked. Almost 10 years. A follower said, "Palace Lord, you were in seclusion so we did not dare to disturb you." A few protectors led cultivators there to retrieve the essence spirit mine. However, the follower paused for a moment and stole a glance at the expression of the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace before saying, "All of them died in the end." Humph. The expression of the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace darkened as he said slowly, "Ascender? Let's see where this ascender came from. How dare he act so arrogantly in my territory? Pass down the order. Get Protector Shui and Protector Gu to gather all the cultivators above the Earth Immortal Realm in the palace. Regardless of whether they're in seclusion, gather and prepare to set off." The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace waved his hand with a murderous aura. However, the dozens of followers stood on the spot motionlessly. The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace swept his gaze. A follower said timidly, "Palace Lord, Protector Shui and Protector Gu are both dead. Inform the remaining protectors then." The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace said sternly, "There are 7 protectors in Yellow Sand Palace. Are they all dead?" 5 of them died and the remaining 2 were scared off. The follower said with difficulty. The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace had a livid expression as he took a deep breath and declared, "Cultivators of Yellow Sand Palace, listen up. Everyone, gather in front of the hall and follow me. Beneath the essence spirit mine." In more than 10 years, this essence spirit mine was mostly smelted by the martial Tao prime body. His methods were extremely domineering and were equivalent to forcefully absorbing the essence chi of an essence spirit mine to refine his foundation. Upon his departure, this essence spirit mine would essentially be useless. Even if someone continued digging, they would not be able to dig out many essence spirit stones. The speed of smelting an essence spirit mine in more than 10 years was rather terrifying. Even in the upper world, there was no cultivation technique that could reach such a cultivation speed and possess such a domineering absorption effect. Part of the reason why was because this essence spirit mine was not large. At the same time, the martial Tao prime body had cultivated 4 Tao fires. With the augmentation of the 4 Tao fires, the refinement speed of the martial Tao furnace was extremely shocking. Of course, the heaven and earth essence chi required for the martial Tao prime body to break through was extremely shocking as well. This small essence spirit mine alone was not enough. Suddenly, sensing something, the martial Tao prime body opened his eyes. It was as though 2 purple flames were burning in the depths of the dark essence spirit mine. It's finally here. The martial Tao prime body murmured softly and stood up slowly. Boom! There was a loud bang. The figure of the martial Tao prime body broke out of the ground. Due to more than 10 years of smelting, the essence spirit mine beneath his feet was empty and countless gravel shattered, collapsing with dust billowing. The palace lord of Yellow Sand Palace had just arrived with many cultivators. When he saw that, he was enraged. How dare you act so brazenly in the territory of Yellow Sand Palace? Die! Without hesitation, the palace lord of Yellow Sand Palace pointed at the martial Tao prime body, ordering coldly, kill him. This time round, Yellow Sand Palace sent more than 1,000 earth immortal experts with a massive might. There were even more than 10 heaven immortals. The palace lord of Yellow Sand Palace did not believe that so many people could not suppress an ascender. The heaven immortals attacked at the same time. One after another, supreme divine powers tore through the air. 1,000 earth immortals attacked and greater divine powers, dharmic treasures and secret skills blanketed the skies densely. The martial Tao prime body stood in midair with a cold silver mask on his face, as though he could be drowned at any moment against such an attack. However, purple halos condensed behind him one after another. 1, 2, 7, 8. 8 fate rings were released. All the divine powers, secret skills and divine weapons descended and were repelled by the 8 fate rings behind the martial Tao prime body. The 8 fate rings condensed the power of the martial Tao and contained the will of the martial Tao. They were intertwined with the dharmic arts of the martial Tao and seemed eternal and unshakable. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.